Okay, you're good to go.
All right. Thank you, Nicole. And good morning, everybody. This meeting is being recorded and streamed live from on OWEB's YouTube channel. And you can find the meeting materials on OWEB's website under the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Commission section. Just click on the relevant OAHC meeting date and you can access the materials there. So thank you all for joining the Oregon Ag Heritage Commission meeting. For those of you that are joining on Zoom today, please remember to mute all your devices to help reduce any background noise. And we're going to go around and do introductions. And I will start. I am Sarah Evans Peters, and I am the chair of the Oregon Ag Heritage Commission, and I am appointed by the OWEB board to represent natural resources. And I will pass it to Ed.
Good morning, Ed Contreras, Vice Chair of the Oregon Ag Heritage Commission, appointed by Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and calling in from sunny Klamath Falls.
John O'Keefe.
Good morning, John O'Keefe, Department of Ag appointee from Lake County, Oregon.
Thank you, John. Jim Bob.
Jim Bob Collins. I think I was appointed by OWEB, but I'm a rancher out of Mitchell, Oregon.
Thank you, Jim Bob. John Deck.
Hello. Now you can see me. I'm here. I'm on my phone. I am a farmer rancher in Junction City, Oregon. We do direct market livestock, and I was appointed by. Now I'm forgetting. Was
You're
appointed
appointed by
somebody.
OWEB, nominated by Board of Ag.
There we go. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Jan Lee.
Yes, I'm Jan Lee, and I'm from the Northwest region and was appointed by ODA to represent water quality. I apologize for not having my picture online, but I've got bad internet today going off and on.
Thank you, Jan. We're happy to have you here. And Mark Vargas. We can't hear you, Mark. Mark might be having a few issues with computer, but I'm sure he'll join us soon. Mark was appointed by ODFW to represent Fish and Wildlife Habitat. And today we are missing Mark Labhart, who is our ex officio OWEB board member, Nancy Duncrack, who is our representative for the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts, and Dan Bigelow. You're here. Dan, you want to introduce yourself?
Oh, yeah, sure. Dan Bigelow, OSU Extension in Corvallis.
Great. Thanks, Dan. And we are also missing Laura Masterson, who represents farmers and ranchers appointed by
Board of Ag.
Board of Ag. Thank you, Taylor. Okay, we're going to turn it over to OWEB staff Director O'Brien.
I am Director O'Brien. I'm still getting used to that after 2 years. Sarah O'Brien, OWEB's Executive Director. And I am here and I have a cold. So if I go off camera, you'll know I'm just sparing you the nose blowing or something. I'll be here.
Thank you, Sarah. Don't know what's going on there. Nicole.
Good morning, everyone. Nicole Bettinardi. I am OWEB's Executive Assistant and Board Liaison.
Thank you, Nicole. Renee.
Good morning, everyone. Renee Davis, Acquisitions and Special Programs Manager at OWEB.
Thanks, Renee. Robin.
Hey, everyone. Robin Meacher, Conservation Easement Specialist with the Oregon Ag Heritage Program at OWEB.
Thank you, Robin. And last but never least, Taylor.
Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, my name's Taylor Larson, and I'm the coordinator here for the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program.
Right. I think I got everybody. So we're going to move on to agenda item A, public comment. And We had one written comment submitted before the meeting, and we will hear from them in just a second. And I'm going to remind commissioners that we can ask clarifying questions only, but we'll save discussion for later. And with this, I'm going to hand it over to Nellie McAdams with Oregon Ag Trust. Nellie, you have 3 minutes, and Nicole will set a timer.
Chair Evans Peters and commissioners, my name is Nellie McAdams and I represent Oregon Agricultural Trust. Thank you for the opportunity to give testimony and thank you for the excellent service of both commissioners and staff. I submitted comments yesterday, so I apologize that they didn't arrive in time to get into your packet, but I'll summarize them here. We're grateful that 2 of our projects are at the top of staff rankings, Sealy Farms Phase 2 in Clatskanie and Genochio Ranch in Lake County, Goose Lake Basin. Both properties provide habitat corridors and habitat for wintering waterfowl located on the agricultural land itself. The program was intended to provide dual benefit for agriculture and habitat, but that comes with a recognition that agricultural land itself provides many benefits for habitat and water quality. OAHP recognizes that fragmentation and development harm both agriculture and habitat, including the ability to use programs in addition to OAHP's easement and covenant program to restore habitat and watershed values. The overarching role of OAHP is to serve as a match for federal funding through ASAP-BALE, which is an agricultural land protection program that also recognizes the inherent dual benefits of ag and natural resources. In developing the scoring rubric, we recommend that the Commission stick as closely as possible to ASAP-BALE's ranking criteria and recommend that ASAP-BALE and OAHP would not exist without the need to protect agricultural lands for the agricultural benefits as well. So the project should first demonstrate the land's importance for agriculture. For this reason, we support the allocation of points currently under sections 1, 2, and 3. Within the Fish and Wildlife Criterion number 3, we support minimizing points for subcriterion B and distributing these elsewhere since conservation activities are better captured in a separate conservation plan. We also recommend reducing the total points for community impacts, which make up 16 points or 14% of the total points in the current version of the rubric. One way to do so is to reduce the points allocated to Section 9. So in this section, an easement holder or covenant is a conveyance of a personal property right and is very personal to the landowner. The impacts of the easement might not be visible except the lack of the development on the property. And a landowner and their chosen land trust should not be required to seek or demonstrate public engagement in the landowner's private decision that concerns their finances, business plans, and conservation philosophy. We have seen this requirement chill participation in OAHP and would request that future amendments to statute remove this requirement, but in the meantime, that it receive minimal points. You can see my comments for other recommendations about the rubric. Lastly, we recommend that the Commission offer the funding surplus of $152,700 to the next project in the rankings. Partial funding can still be useful for land trusts, and since the program will be out of funds for the biennium after this cycle, and this $150,000 is much smaller than the average award, but could be meaningful to close another project, we recommend spending down the entire grant budget if possible. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much, Nellie. You have your timing to 3 minutes, like perfect. It looks like we have 2 other folks attending on the Zoom. If anybody else would like to provide, you have your hand up, Taylor? Yes, Taylor.
I was just going to make a quick note that you should have all received Nellie's written comments via email yesterday, and it'll get posted with the meeting materials after the meeting.
Thank you, Taylor.
Yeah.
Is there anybody else on the Zoom that would like to have the floor for public comment? If so, just raise your Zoom hand. Okay, great. Well, thank you guys all again for being here. And thank you, Nellie. And we will move on to item B, which is the review and approval of the minutes. So this will be a vote. So if you can turn your camera on, Jan, that's great. If not, we can do roll call. Did everybody have a chance to review the minutes? And is there any discussion? Okay, I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
I'll second that, Mark.
All right, that is great. So John O'Keefe has made a motion, Mark Vargas has seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm just raising my hand since I don't have a picture.
Thank you, Jan. We appreciate that. Any opposed? And any abstention? All right, motion passes. Thank you all. With this, I'm going to hand it over to my vice chair, Ed, and he is going to talk about the conservation easement application review and funding recommendations.
Thanks, Sarah. Well, Robin is actually going to be presenting on the 2025 Oregon Ag Heritage Program Conservation Easement application. The application is received, the review process, and the recommended funding slate. Just as a reminder to the commission, there is space for clarifying questions, but let's hold off on any discussion about the projects and the funding lines until after the presentation. There will be plenty of time for discussion. So, Robin, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Ed, and give me a minute while I get our presentation up. Okay, so, okay. You all are seeing, oh boy, my slide, but hold on one sec. I'm struggling with my multiple screens here and getting presentation view, so.
Those first two slides, Robin, you killed it with the cuteness there.
Well, that wasn't me, but I very much appreciate that they are there. Okay. Try this one more time. Okay. You guys are seeing the presentation, correct?
Now we are, yeah.
Okay. There might be a little bit of lag, so if I start talking about something that you all can't see, just let me know. So as Ed mentioned, this is going to be an overview of the projects and then the recommendations and ranking for the applications that came in for our latest solicitation for the Oregon Ag Heritage Program Working Lands Conservation Easements. I'll also spend a little bit at the beginning going over what our process was, our technical committee, how they function, and how we ultimately got to the ranking that was provided in your packet. And I don't really have many introductions, but as Sarah mentioned, the slide was too cute to get rid of, so enjoy our alpacas. So just to ground us all in what the working lands conservation easements are pretty much intended to do. So under the OAHP, which is grounded in statute and elaborated on in rule, working lands conservation easements in the program are to protect the continued use of working land for agricultural purposes, while also maintaining or enhancing fish or wildlife habitat, maintaining or enhancing water quality, maintaining or enhancing other natural resource values on that land. So as I mentioned, these are statutorily described and then further described in rules. So we do have our own definition for what a working land conservation easement is in the program. And that's a permanent non-possessory interest in working land that imposes limitations or affirmative obligations for purposes that support the use of the land for ag production and for the maintenance or enhancement of fish and wildlife habitat, water quality, or natural resource values. So the slide I just showed just kind of breaks that down from our definition that is a little bit more narrow than the statutory definition of conservation easements, which our program also has to meet, but generally falls into all of the purposes of a conservation easement under that statute, which is 271-715. And then on top of that, the program also has a obligation to make sure that all of our projects contribute to the public benefits of increased economic viability of Oregon's agricultural operations and economic sector, reduce conversion and fragmentation of Oregon's working land, and enhanced fish or wildlife habitat, water quality, and other natural resources on Oregon's working land. So just wanted to note these up front as a way to kind of remind folks that we do a, as staff, a review of the applications to ensure that the projects meet these high-level purposes, and that they are, sorry, my screen is now freezing up, that they're projects that are actually on working lands, which is required by OHP statute. And working lands are specifically defined in statute for the purpose of the program. So we do have quite a bit of kind of upfront eligibility work that we do, though our definition for working land is rather broad, and it's that land that is actively used by an agricultural owner or operator for an agricultural operation that includes, but need not be limited to, active engagement in farming or ranching. So all of the applications that were reviewed and evaluated were looked at before we forwarded them on to our review team to make sure they meet those criteria. Okay, so for this cycle, just a reminder of the funding we have available. We have about 1.76 million available, and our total request for this cycle was 2.8 million. So again, more requested than we have available. And I wanted to note as well that the 1.76 million is what we have available for the full biennium, the 25 to 27 biennium. So it's not, this solicitation is what we'll be doing for the biennium. Okay, and then a little bit on process. So again, we have the applications come in the door. They are provided to our technical committee to review and rank, and the committee meets, discusses the projects, and then based on that discussion, staff puts together an evaluation along with the funding line from the ranking from the committee. And then that comes to you all for the commission recommendation, where you're looking at the review committee ranking, the funding line, and the staff evaluations. And then your recommendation is brought by staff to the OWEB board at its meeting next month. I'll pause here just for a, before we get into the discussion and review of the applications, just to note our conflict of interest expectations. So just want to note here that if you do have a conflict, leave the room, do not participate in discussion of the application. Potential bias, declare potential bias, may or may not still participate in the discussion. And then no actual or perceived conflict of interest, you can proceed with that. I'll let Sarah or Nicole, since they're far more grounded in this, pause anyone if we end up needing to do anything more on that. So moving forward, since we have done a little bit of, over the years, refining of what our technical committee looks like and what it does, I wanted to spend some time going over what it looked like this year. So again, the applications are reviewed by staff for eligibility, and then they're given to the technical review committee for evaluation. So we did make revisions to the applications for this round for the questions and the materials requested based off of participant, review committee, and commission feedback. So you all saw that in the, I forget which meeting was, but we had some conversation about kind of what we're asking and what we want our applications to look like. So we did do a comparison with the NRCS ASIP-AL required documentation, and we found that though we may call things different terminologies, we do generally request the same materials. They just might come at different times in the process. And so we did a crosswalk that way. As y'all are aware, we have different evaluation criteria, so our review or our application questions couldn't quite match NRCS to that extent. But we did review the questions we asked for redundancy, and we reduced where it was practical without creating too much confusion by lumping things too much together. And then overall, we adopted a flexible approach to what acceptable required documents are, in recognition that we ask for a lot and sometimes the terminology is different, across different programs that our applicants are working on. We did work with applicants if materials came in with their applications to make sure that they were able to get through the door by putting their best effort into providing the materials we requested. So our technical committee is made up of a host of different type of expertise. So I'll just run through the list of the expertise represented on that committee. We do have realty expertise, and that's provided by Bonneville Power Administration Supervisory Realty Specialist. So great to have them looking at the nuts and bolts of the transactions that are proposed. Agricultural land use expertise. This is retired Oregon Department of Ag staff. Agronomy and soil science in one person. That's through OSU Extension. And then another OSU Extension individual with small farms and soil science expertise. And then wildlife biology from a West Side perspective, and also some experience with acquisition grants that is provided by ODFW. And then wildlife biology with an East Side representation, also through it with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. And then soil health and water quality, that's Oregon Department of Ag, and this person was also a former NRCS regional soil specialist. And then rangeland ecology and natural and working lands provided by an ODFW individual. So really a really broad range of expertise that also is well-grounded in what the program's looking to do. I see John has a hand raised, so if I need to stop now, I'm happy to, or I can keep going.
Oh, I just have a quick question. When I got a rangeland question, I go to OSU and ARS. How did that happen to land at ODF and W?
Great question. So as you know, this is a voluntary participation. We rely on volunteers. And NRCS from as a staff capacity, their ability to participate on Oregon or OAHP review teams has been limited due to, I forget the term they use, but essentially because they are a primary part of many of the grants that are coming through, they don't want their staff to be put into a potential conflict space in providing review of applications that or projects that the NRCS is also potentially funding.
And John, did you say ARS, the Ag Research Station?
I said ARS than OSU. I didn't mention NRCS.
Oh, sorry, I misheard.
Yeah, and we've had ARS reviewers on the team before in previous cycles. We don't have one on this cycle, and that partially has to do with the federal funding situation and staff capacity is my understanding why they couldn't participate this year.
Well, we can go on. I just, that struck me as funny because I do a lot of range stuff, and I've never landed with ODFW with a range question. I'm sure they've got people that are qualified.
Okay, so moving on from the technical committee membership, their ultimate role in reviewing, evaluating, and ranking the projects. So we did host virtual site visits this year for our application. So each applicant had the opportunity to present their project to the technical committee virtually. And this we did for a variety of reasons, just the logistics in terms of scheduling and cost and timing over the winter months that we had our review cycle going. Getting out on the ground is just challenging. So in a way to make sure that every applicant has the opportunity to engage with the review committee, we did virtual site visits. I would say that our reviewers found it very helpful. And so far, those that have shared, our applicants also appreciated the opportunity to engage and describe their projects directly to the review committee. And then after the site visits, the committee did meet virtually to then discuss and rank the projects. And we did that over 2 sessions, had great participation in both of those. And ultimately, they came out with their ranking that was shared with you all. And as I mentioned earlier, staff summarized the evaluation discussion for each project, and then that's what you see in your the evaluations we provided. So I want to remind folks that we have a host of criteria, and so our technical committees are asked to look at the projects in the context of all the criteria that's established in rule. These were updated in 2025. The first round of rulemaking or rules were adopted in 2019, and the commission went through rulemaking in the end of 2024 that resulted in additional or new criteria being adopted in 2025. So what you see here, these represent primarily the high level criteria. Most of these do have sub-criteria that further elaborate what the technical committee should consider when evaluating the applications. Do want to note that many of these are from statute. Some are in rule, but there are some in statute, and those are the extent to which plan, covenant, or easement would protect, maintain, or enhance farming or ranching on working land, and the extent to which the plan, covenant, or easement would protect, maintain, or enhance fish or wildlife habitat, improve water quality, or support other natural resource values, as well as the extent to which the plan, covenant, or easement would protect agricultural outcomes, benefits, or other investment gains, and the capacity and the competence of the organization, and then the extent to which the benefit to the state from the investment may be maximized based on the ability to leverage grant monies with other funding sources, and the duration of the working land covenant or easement, and then the extent and nature of impacts on owners or operators of neighboring lands. So I did want to highlight that there are some that come directly from statute, and others were provided in rule during that change in 2025. Okay, so now to the fun part. So we received 6 applications this cycle. Again, we had a great geographical distribution of where these applications came in from. So we've got everything from the, I won't call it quite the coast, but the northwest corner of the state to the Willamette Valley, down into Southern Oregon, up in the northeast corner of the state, and then in Central Oregon as well. And so here is the review team's ranking with the funding line presented for folks. So we do have the top ranked applications coming in at just under what is available for the program. And so those are the Sealy Farms Phase 2 Sealy Mint Farm, Genochio Ranch, and Aspen Valley Ranch Heartbreak Tract. We'll give an overview of all of the applications in just a second. And just want to note that the evaluations that were provided in your meeting packet summarize the technical committee's discussion related to the project's attributes. In the following slides, I will give overviews of the project, but I'm not going to go into significant detail about the evaluations themselves. As in general, those applications that ranked highest were considered to have provided the most well-articulated and well-documented rationale for why the property and its values were significant, how they would be protected, the threat facing the property, and the structure of the transaction. Higher ranking projects were considered to address all the evaluation criteria for the OHP conservation easement and program to the best and broadest extent amongst the projects represented. And those applications in the bottom tier of the ranking, though acknowledged as meeting the basic requirements for the program, were forwarded to the commission with some qualifiers by the technical committee. And again, just want to kind of point out for folks that the technical committee does not identify a project as a fund or do not fund recommendation. We're not built that way programmatically. Instead, generally, their recommendation is a ranking. And so generally they'll request that staff represent any concern they may have had with a proposed project receiving public funds. And our technical committee noted that for the projects at the bottom tier, the property, the resources, and the arguments articulated for meeting most of the evaluation criteria were not as compellingly significant to the point of warranting limited public funds be allocated to these projects. And then a few notes on the capacity and project soundness attributes of the project, since I'm not going to go into those in detail. in the project discussions. Review of the application materials for all of these found that the applicants all generally have the capacity and competence to manage these projects, as that is described in the evaluation criteria. And all projects have some element or another of project due diligence that needs to be further sorted to bring the project to success. However, nothing was identified during review that led to significant concerns that the projects would not be able to close within the 24-month timelines established in rule, so long as those items are given the adequate attention and prioritization by the organization. Okay, so going into the projects themselves, the first one we'll talk about is Seeley Farms Phase 2. This was an Oregon Agricultural Trust application. It's located in Columbia County. It's for a perpetual conservation easement on approximately 484 acres. And the resources and uses include cropland, migratory bird habitat. This does build on previous OHP investments. The map that's up on your screen was provided by the applicant and shows Phase 2 outlined in red, and Phase 1 of the project, identified as Harbor Master Beef, was and is an Oregon Ag Heritage project that was funded in 2023. So you'll note that they border in some areas, and then there's additional properties that are included in the Phase 2 project. Of note, this property had high quality, unique soils in a unique agricultural region of the state and will protect native shoreline on the Columbia River, which the technical committee identified as important, even in a relatively small quantity. The conservation easement will protect these tracts, which will contribute to protecting the agricultural land base in the area. The more land, it was noted that the more land that is taken out of production in this specific area threatens this functionality of the drainage district, which is very important to the ag operations for this kind of localized agricultural region. The Seeley Farms Phase 2 does lie within the Columbia River Estuary Important Bird Area, designated by the Pacific Birds Joint Venture, and the application described how these farm properties contribute to habitat needs for Columbia white-tailed deer. The project also intends to build in habitat management areas through management planning that is expected to result in approximately 66 acres for improved habitat and water quality. And then partners on the project include NRCS as a match funder for the easement purchase, and Ducks Unlimited on technical assistance for management planning. If there's any questions about the project, happy to answer those now or move on to the next. And I hid you all, so someone else will have to tell me if there's questions.
I'll keep an eye out. Oh, I see a hand up, Mark.
Yeah, thanks. Can you hear me? Am I coming through?
You are, Mark. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Just curious, I see the acreage is listed here, 82, 336, 39. And they're surrounded by other acreages. Is this entire area owned by Seeley Farms, or are they scattered in pieces all over here?
Yeah, so the area is not entirely owned by Seeley Farms. Those that are identified as for this project are owned by one individual. I don't know. The applications did not describe whether that individual owns additional acreages in the area. I don't believe they do, but they are pieces that have been kind of compiled by this current landowner in the region.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to move on to our next one. So next is Genotio Ranch. This is also an application from Oregon Agricultural Trust. This is located in Lake County. It is for a perpetual conservation easement on 871 acres. And the property includes livestock pasture, riparian areas, wetland, and then upland rangeland. And this would also build on previous OHP and NRCS investments in the Goose Basin. It's not shown on this map, but the Albertsons Ranch project, which was funded in our last OHP conservation easement cycle, is down here a little bit. And then there's also an NRCS Wetlands Reserve Program easement within the basin as well. The ranch is used for direct grazing, with cattle rotated seasonally between this property and other leased pastures in the basin. The area itself, Lake County and the Goose River Basin, or the Goose Valley, is experiencing fragmentation due to disproportionate approval of non-farm dwellings on agricultural lands in the county. The property itself has over 300 acres of irrigated land and 500 acres of sagebrush-dominated rangeland. This was noted by the committee as a helpful mix of different agricultural uses. The irrigation rights are rare and important for the region. It's fully within winter range for deer, and large portion of the property also falls within the ODFW priority wildlife connectivity area, contributing to a key habitat corridor for species movement across the state. And then this is another project where NRCS is providing matching funds toward the acquisition cost of the conservation easement. And I'll stop there if there's any questions on this one. All right, moving.
I don't see
on.
any.
Great. Moving on. Next is the Aspen Valley Ranch Heartbreak Tract. This is a project presented by Deschutes Land Trust. It's located in Crook County, and it would be for a perpetual conservation easement on 2,397 acres. It includes livestock pasture, rangeland, sage steppe, juniper and aspen woodlands, and ponderosa pine and mixed conifer forest. This also builds on previous NRCS, ODFW, and OHP investments. This is phase 3 of a multi-phase project that seeks to conserve the full 16,000 acre ranch. Phase 1, the Butte Tract, was completed in 2019. Phase 2, the Rim Tract, is in the process of finalizing due diligence requirements and is expected to close in early Q2 of this year, and that was an OHP funded project. The landscape here is experiencing significant pressure from non-agricultural uses, including residential and private recreational retreats. The easement is intended to protect the irrigated pasture, perennial streams, sage steppe, rangeland, and mixed conifer forest managed in a way that includes grazing across the expanse of the property. There's connectivity with grazing leases on federally managed land between the Ochoco and Maury Mountains. And this connectivity in geography and use is important for wildlife as well. And that's for pronghorn antelope, Rocky Mountain elk, and mule deer. And the property is important winter range for the latter two. This, as I noted, is also a project that would receive NRCS match funding through ASAPAL. Any thoughts on this one? And while folks are thinking, the reason I keep pointing out that it's a perpetual conservation easement is that the program does technically also fund termed conservation covenants. Okay, moving on to the next one. This is Willowit Ranch. This was presented by Pacific Forest Trust, and it's located in Jackson County. It would be for a perpetual conservation easement on about 445.6 acres. The resources and uses across the property are varied, and that includes small animal grazing, organic vegetable farm, education, a private cemetery, private recreation and camping, mixed conifer forest, wet meadows, and oak woodland. The property is situated outside of Ashland, shares boundaries with the Cascade-Siskiyou National Monument. The forest and meadow, there's forest and meadow restoration that's taken place, habitat variety of significant species, including western pond turtle. And it was noted that the habitat conservation context of this property was significant. The property hosts multiple entities, including the small organic farm, educational entities, and private camping and a cemetery. The community involvement through outdoor school and community events and professional trainings was also described in the application. The review team found that there was limited flexibility for agricultural uses across the property, which reduced the perceived importance of the property. as one that could support various types of agricultural operations into the future. Also noted was that the location and current zoning circumstances suggest that the threat would be in the context of mismanagement toward a less conservation and community-oriented use. And then for this one, match funding was identified as being provided in part by landowner donation and then also private philanthropy. Any thoughts on this one or questions before we move on?
See, John has his hand up. O'Keefe.
Thanks. Yeah. Was there an actual site visit here, or was it virtual?
So there was a virtual site visit, and then I attended a in-person site visit of the property earlier in the spring of 2025. So the review committee was not on site.
I get concerned when I hear the word organic because it can create a real weed issue. I know in the landscape I'm used to, if you don't use chemicals diligently, you're going to have a monoculture of pepperweed real soon, and that's not good, and it's not good for your neighbors. So I was just wondering about that. The other thing I was wondering about that on this project, this is absolutely a fire area, and there's a lot of grazing exclusion, and I'm wondering if the fine fuels are creating a hazard for the neighbors if they're not controlling them.
Yeah, I know. So the hatch mark is across the property limited to small animal grazing. So the exclusion is within the meadow area. And I do know that fire is a main part of the management plan, fire resiliency, I guess, through their forest management, but I'm not sure exactly what their fuels treatments and their prescribed plans are for that.
Okay, well, thanks.
Yep. Okay, next is a project called Union Orchards, and this was an application from Blue Mountain Land Trust. It's located in Union County and right on the edge of the city of Union. It is for a perpetual conservation easement on 93 acres, and the property is used for livestock pasture, has high quality agricultural soils, and then also has appurtenant senior surface water rights. So as I mentioned, this is on the edge of the city of Union, though the expansion and development threat for kind of as Union grows was noted as tending toward the north, and this property is on the south end of the city. The easement is designed to protect the property's soil health and builds upon what the application identifies as holistic management that has improved soil water retention and plant diversity, and would enable in-stream transfer or leases of priority water rights for the benefit of fish, though this would be done outside the context of the conservation easement deed itself. The landowner uses the property as a learning landscape to host education opportunities and which provides community benefits. The soil resources are significant, and the current landowner's management supports both soil health and water conservation, which helps increase forage productivity. And this is another project that NRCS would provide match funding toward the purchase price. Any thoughts on this one?
See John's hand again.
Yeah, when I read about this one, it talked about the possibility of transferring the water right to in-stream. It looks like that goes kind of directly against keeping the land in agriculture, at least in the highest and best use of agriculture. If somebody could speak to that for a second.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic. So the application talks about the fact that the a significant portion of the water rights are already currently leased in stream, and the management regime that the landowner has been doing for the last 14 years has shown that the soil is able to produce high quality forage with the limited water, based off of how they are managing and the species that they're using for forage there. And then the structure of the potential to continue to lease or transfer in stream, so that the conservation easement itself would leave that as an option, not a requirement. So I think the intent there is that if a future landowner were to come in and find that their management didn't serve the same purposes for their operation, they, at this moment in time, there would not be a permanent transfer in stream of the water rights. So they remained a little flexibility, but ultimately the water rights would be addressed outside the OHP conservation easement transaction. All right, now on to our final one. So this project is Brewster Road Farms. This was an Oregon Agricultural Trust application. It's located in Lynn County and is for a perpetual conservation easement on approximately 121 acres. The property is cropland that's currently in hazelnuts, and then there's riparian and wetland areas. This would also build on NRCS investments through conservation stewardship program that the landowner has been working on this property. The cropland currently is planted in hazelnuts with 97 prime agricultural soils and dependable water rights. The riparian buffers and grass that are between the orchard rows support erosion control and water quality goals on the property. And then the committee did note that there's limited development pressure on exclusive ag zoned properties in the Willamette Valley. And then this project would also be a NRCS match project toward the acquisition price. Any questions on this one?
Don't see any.
Okay. Okay, so that concludes the presentation of the different projects. I think, unless we want to go back to the ranking slide, I'll take down the presentation for now. Any thoughts on that, Sarah or Ed?
If you could just up real quick, that'd be helpful for me, Robin.
If I could what? Sorry, go back to the slide real quick.
Yeah, just for a minute.
Yeah. Well, of course, it just takes everything away. So. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, I know we're moving pretty quickly on the schedule here. We still have an hour till the scheduled lunch break. So any other questions for Robin?
See Jim Bob. No, sorry.
Yeah, I was just wondering, the road farm fell down so far in the ranking. It
Sorry,
looks like,
lost your mic there for a second, so I didn't hear the specific project you mentioned.
sorry, why did the Brewster Road Farm one rank so low? Can you speak to that just a little bit?
Yeah. So, summarizing what was in the evaluation, I think a host of things came together for this one, including the fact that it, from a ranking, you can also look at it as a prioritization. And so from a threat perspective, the committee talked about that being limited on this landscape in terms of what the kind of timeline for what it would be converted into and when, noting that it's likely to continue to be an agricultural property despite the easement into time for now. Some of the additional conversation about the habitat buffer zones and the riparian buffers were noted as already being a, I don't know if requirement is the right word, but the interaction with ODA's water quality goals, that the buffers would be maintained regardless of the easement. So the kind of easements uplift of both the agricultural protection and wildlife protection just fell below what was described in other applications.
Okay, thank you.
Ed?
Yeah, I was wondering about the Willowitt easement. There's a lot of different land uses that were proposed on that map, including the camping area. There's a cemetery. Those areas that are non-agriculture, habitat oriented land uses, were those going to be put in a like an envelope, or were they going to be rolled into the easement?
Yeah, so the structure of the Willowitt one, all of those differently noted uses were all going to be memorialized as separate zones within the full conservation easement. So the full property would be in easement, and then those will all be different management zones that would be memorialized in the terms.
Copy, thanks.
Jim, Bob?
The piggyback off of Ed's comment there, the cemetery zone is pretty dang big in that packet. Is the cemetery already that size? That's a lot of acreage for a cemetery.
Yeah, I don't believe so. The cemetery is relatively new, so it is still selling plots within its kind of boundaries. And it does have like a separate operating entity that involves the landowner of the overall property, but it is a kind of a separate entity. So it's not, from what I recall, it's not filled in yet. They're still selling plots over time.
Gotcha. I mean, like as far as it's not, you guys haven't moved it up into the funding line, so not worried about it for this year, but it is something where personally, I feel like that should be carved out and not be paid for. That sounds like something they're able to monetize on that has nothing to do with agriculture or conservation.
There, I think you have a hand raised.
I got to change the color of that hand. It never shows up. That's my wall.
Yeah, it matches your paint.
Robin, the cemetery portion, are they grazing it the same as they're grazing the rest of the property?
I don't believe so. No.
It's a different.
And that was one thing that was noted in kind of the due diligence review, is that the whatever the operating agreement is, we don't know what that looks like and what's under it. So those were details that would have been requested if it had been ranked higher, so that we could fully understand what the use is and potentially already limited uses on that from appraisal context and all sorts of things.
Okay, thank you. John, you can go ahead and talk.
Okay, yeah, I was raising my hand. I didn't know if it was going to translate into an emoji or something for me, but I just thought and a comment, I guess, just about long-term management and thinking about the way farms work, and there might be transitions, and their current setup and how it begs management. There was a comment earlier that the other John made about organic status, and that being a problem because organic farms might lead to more weeds, which is kind of a gross assumption in my opinion, speaking as an organic livestock farmer. Maybe not. And you can see the same thing, the same arguments on, some of the other tracks. I saw that, maybe there was a high degree of fragmentation in the parcels, and, adjoining land uses and, a host of factors, which I don't know if I could possibly fathom, in my time that I have to review these, and trying to ascertain that.
But I guess, to how do we assess long-term, the ability to long-term manage some of these projects? And how confident are we in the assessments that have been made so far with ongoing management? What does management look like in 15 years? And how well are they set up to, address ongoing problems?
So from the context of like the land manager and the operator themselves, and then also just what they describe as management, is that kind of your thought process there?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great question. So I'd say philosophically, the program has been limited on wanting to prescribe types of management for these projects. The easement document themselves will lay out the purposes, so the agricultural purposes and kind of protect against non-agricultural uses. And then it's the partnership between the land trust and the landowner, be that the current landowner or any successor landowner, that has to continue to operate that property to meet those purposes. So it's rare that you'll see like organic as a prescribed term in a conservation easement. Often it'll be described more as kind of the goals that organic operations tend to achieve. So their management is, I'd say, more addressed as property purposes and goals than specific management actions that get to those. And then that is something that the land trust is taking on. I'd say in some ways, the landowner capacity is huge, but the land trust's ability to maintain relationships with varying landowners over time is a very big part of how these projects function for the outcomes that you're talking about. So there's the legal aspects of what the deed does, and then there's the relational aspects that are kind of what these organizations build themselves to do. It's a little bit of trust factor, kind of like a marriage. Bind
Maybe
yourself
I'll-
legally, but you only get along if you make it work.
I could piggyback. Go for it, John.
Oh yeah, I'd say that's an apt analogy that probably explains it well.
Yeah, it's a marriage that doesn't end at death, I guess. It goes on forever and ever. And so I think,
You can always get remarried, Taylor.
well, I know, but no, people don't live into perpetuity. An easement does. And so as far as like the management, I think a lot of times, we do have a criteria around, the project's ability to support integrated management. And we look at kind of the current management of the property as a window into what that property is capable of doing, not necessarily, the end all be all of what it could do, but, providing us some insights into what is possible on that property from a, natural resource and agricultural viability perspective. But then recognizing that, perpetuity is a very long time. And so you don't want to get too prescriptive in what you need to be doing on the management front 50 years from now, or 100 years from now, or however long perpetuity ends up being. So yeah, just kind of wanted to add that perspective too.
Robin, quick question on the Aspen Valley Ranch heartbeat track. This is phase 3 of 4 potentially, right?
4 or 5.
4 or 5. Okay.
I don't think they want to limit themselves to what that next phase could potentially look like.
Right. And so do you know just offhand how many acres? It's 16,000 total that they're hoping. And how many were in phase 1 and 2?
Ooh, I don't recall off the top of my head what was in phase 1 that was not funded by us. And I could do a quick perusal of the application. Let me get back to you on that one.
I can snag that one real quick, Robin.
Oh, if you have it.
Yeah.
It's always harder to find things on the spot.
I know.
Sorry.
It's okay if you can.
I'm sorry, I'm looking in the wrong spot. Move on, and I'll just pipe in here in a second with it.
Any other questions for Robin?
So phase 2 of Aspen Valley was 3,907 acres. And I want to say that phase 1 was like 11,000. It was pretty, not 11,000, like 9,000. It was pretty large. It's on the north.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, does everyone feel familiar with the applications? You've had a chance to review the applications, the recommendations from the review team. I see Renee has her hand up.
Yeah, Ed, so I'm quoting one line from the application, so this may or may not be exactly right, but it says that this phase will add nearly 2,400 acres to the already protected nearly 7,800 acres
Okay.
for a total of nearly 10,200 protected acres.
Thank you, Renee. That's impressive.
Yes. Okay, I'm gonna try to get us back on track here. You've had a chance to get familiar with the applications. This is our chance to discuss the recommended funding line. And we have an hour till our scheduled lunch break. So we have a quorum. So we could move forward with a motion between now and lunch. We can move that piece up. We were planning to have that scheduled after lunch. But just to be efficient with our time and recognizing everyone that's already here and ready to get to work. So any discussion about the recommended funding for these applications?
I'll move that we adopt the recommended funding line as was presented in is it attachment B, item B, item C, attachment B.
Thank you, John. Do we have a second or question?
I'll second.
Jim Bob seconds. Any opposed? Or rather, all in favor?
Aye.
I have a question. Can we do discussion first before a vote?
That's the next step here. Sorry, I'm just learning this process. This is my first vice chair meeting.
Doing great.
Great.
I'm not sure if we can do this in 2 steps or if we need to do it in 1 step, but I would like to discuss at some point the remaining balance of the whatever it is, 152,000. Nicole, Renee, anybody, can we do a motion to fund above the funding line and then have this discussion and have a second recommendation? Okay, you can have 2. Okay.
We can, but Sarah, you guys are in the discussion part of deliberations and vote here, so I think it would be also perfectly fine to just dig into that now on the off chance it would affect anybody's vote.
Okay. Thank you, Sarah. John.
Yeah, I kind of left the remaining funding out on purpose. I saw Nellie's recommendation that it be passed on, but it appears to me that the particular project where the funding line landed could benefit from some more work. So and it's problematic partial funds. So I guess, irregardless of Nellie's recommendation that we partial fund, I made the motion on purpose to draw the funding line where it was, and certainly there's room to discuss that if other people feel differently. But that was my intention when I made the motion.
Madam Chair, would it be helpful to hear from staff on the topic?
Yes, that would be
They've
very.
been talking about it.
Thank you. Yes, that would be very helpful.
So I'm happy to provide a little bit of context, and then we can maybe ask Robin and Taylor to chime in. So I think one, partial funding also oftentimes, nearly always, makes OWEB pause for a moment, because not understanding exactly what the overall implications to a project could be when we provide only partial funding, and especially this is a very small proportion of the funding that was requested for the project. And John, this is irrespective of what you flagged in terms of concerns about the project, because I think going back to what Robin mentioned in terms of the review committee, they intentionally set the rankings in the way that they did in terms of kind of better fit with the program's intentions for higher projects. But partial funding is something that always gives us pause. We typically do not do that in programs because we don't understand what the implications might be to actually successfully implementing the project. And on top of that, we've had some learnings, I would say, come up through the course of now having a couple funding cycles under our belt. So Robin, do you want to talk a little bit about some of the due diligence learnings and potential needs that we're coming across?
Yeah. So one of the things that we've identified throughout all of our funded projects, those that have closed, as well as those that are continuing to be in the process of closing, is that costs change over time, and costs that are estimated in, for instance, 2022, when folks were putting together their application budgets for the 23 cycle, and then those projects continue to be worked on now. So cost of due diligence items have continued to rise, and we've had folks essentially run out of funding for those items they've requested. And so they make that difference up somewhere else. That's not, I'd say, atypical. I think costs their estimates. But then we've also had experiences where throughout the due diligence process, things that were not anticipated at the outset came to light during due diligence. And so we as an agency have had to request additional due diligence to make sure that our investment is sound. And so those costs, so far, we've been lucky because the grantees have had cost savings in other categories and been able to work with us to shift those around. So when we look at providing, as was suggested, significantly less money to a project that is, 1/8, I think, of what the project was in total. That is definitely, as Renee mentioned, gives us pause, just given that we know that things tend to cost more than what folks are budgeting for currently. And then also the possibility of how can we support those that are recommended, those that are above the funding lines, to make sure that if they do run up against things in due diligence, that they don't have to make the hard cost of potentially not continuing a good project because they don't have the money to finish their due diligence. So those are some of the things we've been considering as we learn throughout implementation, especially since we do have a relatively, we don't ask folks to have their due diligence entirely figured out at the time of application. So we know things are going to come up throughout the process. And some of this has ranged from survey costs. These are large properties with fence lines that, may or may not be in the right spot. And so those costs can increase, and then environmental site assessments and the costs that go along with those on agricultural properties too. So we just have been thinking through that even over the last couple of years as we've worked with our grantees on what they're coming up against in terms of cost of due diligence.
And Chair and Vice Chair, if I might chime in to say, what Robin just described around the potential for any kind of monetary amendment or supplementation, any of that would be well structured, would have sideboards on it, and would come to both the commission and the board for consideration. This is not something that staff would just make a decision on. Any adjustment to funding levels because of something like an unexpected finding from a phase 1 environmental site assessment that maybe we hadn't anticipated as we were standing up an agricultural conservation easement program and borrowing a lot from another program, our kind of more traditional land conservation program, just having some space to help problem solve with our grantees to ensure that to the degree possible they can get across the finish line, but making sure that the commission and the board have transparency into how any of those remaining resources would be used to help resolve those issues, and approval authority.
This is all super helpful. And Robin and Renee, thank you guys so much for taking the time to lay that out for us. And I totally support having that space in the budget to support that kind of work into the future.
Mark, I see your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. I'm gonna jump on board here and just agree with I think the remaining funds for unanticipated issues, it'd be good to hang on to those. I just over the past couple decades see that we've fund other right out to the penny on certain things, then an unexpected issue comes up and you just don't have any wiggle room. So in this case, I would support what Sarah and I forget who else just said that. Was that John or I know you discussed it, but I forget what other commissioner said that. But I think we should hang on to that a little bit for these unanticipated issues. They always happen. That's it.
Thanks, Mark. Any other questions about the funding, the motion? I'm going to try to recover from the first motion that I've had to entertain here as vice chair. Staff, any other items to discuss? Okay, then we can go back to the motion that John made to move the commission to recommend the funding lines as staff recommended in attachment B, which Jim Bob seconded. Any more discussion? Then let's move to the full commission vote. Staff, do we want to do a roll call vote, or do we feel comfortable just?
It's your preference. I'm happy as long as everyone can vocalize their vote. We can do your whatever preference you would like.
Okay, we can vocalize the vote. We'll need everybody's camera on to do this correctly.
And maybe if staff could turn off your cameras, that would be helpful.
John Deck, would you be able to turn your camera on for the vote? And Janice, oh, there you are. There's just two of you, sorry.
We can just call on Jan at the end.
Sounds good. Okay, going back to John O'Keefe's and Jim's original motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion passes. Thank you, Commission. And I'll hand it back to Sarah.
Yeah, thank you, Ed. Taylor, do we want to just keep going, or how do you want to structure this?
That makes sense to me. I mean, we got plenty of time until our scheduled noon break. I think we can make some pretty good progress on the rubric. Now it's fresh in our mind, having just made the awards, what we would be looking for in a rubric. So I'd be happy to get started on that.
All right, that's great. Let's move on to item D, scoring rubric, and I will hand it off to you, Taylor, to lead the discussion.
Okay. Said that and I wasn't ready.
No,
Okay.
Taylor, do you want me to do a bit, just a quick framing as you're getting set up?
Sure,
That'd be
Renee. That
helpful.
would
Yep.
actually be great.
Okay, perfect. Hopefully I can kill enough time for you. Okay, so good morning again, Commissioner. So the staff report for the scoring rubric, I think, helps to articulate where we are in the process. At the February meeting, we started the rubric discussion after having touched on this in previous meetings, laying out, kind of the statutory and rule-based framework in which we're considering the scoring rubric, talked through some of the typical OWEB grant expectations. You all provided some feedback, including a request from your now chair around, can you help put these into some buckets, because we have a lot of evaluation criteria and a lot of sub-criteria within those. Some do have very direct drivers from statute, others emerge through rulemaking process. So that's what you're seeing in the staff report and associated attachments, is some of that kind of repackaging, adjusting here and there, maybe providing a little fleshing out. I just want to be clear that what we're presenting for you is for further discussion by all of you. We are not, as a staff, saying, here is our recommendation of exactly how the scoring should sit. The initial numbers were informed by the surveys that you all completed to help give us a starting point. I think the bucketing helps to provide a little bit of context and some of that numeric or quantitative sense of how things are shaking out. And then it's really important for you all as commissioners to think through what is the best way to get at the dual benefit nature of this program, that balance of maintaining agricultural viability and that supporting of natural resources values that really did prompt the legislature to pass ultimately the bill that created OAHP. So, we're not thinking it must be a precise 50-50 split, but I think this is an important time for you all to think through what is that weighting that passes the straight face test relative to kind of legislative and statutory intention around the program. So hopefully, Taylor, that helped by enough time.
It did.
You.
And
Okay.
you took most of my talking points. So it's perfect.
Sorry about that. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So as Renee mentioned, I mean, basically the way we're looking at this as staff is just kind of picking up the conversation where we left it off at the last meeting. So if you remember, we kind of ran through the whole rubric at a high level, and then we came back to the top and we started kind of talking through criteria by criteria and getting a sense from the commission of, do we need to adjust the scores here? Do we need to, add some additional explanatory language or make any tweaks? And I guess, So far, the only changes we've made to the rubric, as Renee was alluding to for this meeting, is that we've added some additional explanatory language to, I think, what is it, criteria 2 and criteria 3, per recommendation of the commission, kind of based on that discussion and engagement with the public comment we received last time. What else did we? Oh, we also tweaked the scoring on number 11, thanks to John O'Keefe catching a typo basically in the first draft of the criteria. And then to Renee's point again, we took a first swing at putting the criteria into a set of buckets to kind of help give that bird's eye view to the commission of where the weighting of certain aspects of the program are kind of coming down through this rubric. And so we'll get to engage with that a little bit today. And so what I was thinking we'll do as far as like run a show for this item is, I'll run us through those changes we made real quick. I'll pull the criteria up and just kind of show everybody where we're at. And then we're going to dive into criteria 6, which is where we left off last time. And then once we get to the end of the criteria, we feel like we've had a chance as a commission to talk through each one, the pros and the not the pros and the cons, but like the importance and whether or not we need to add additional explanatory language, so on and so forth. We'll zoom back out and kind of take a look at that like global picture and the relative scores of all of those criteria. And then we can, I also want to make sure that we leave room for other issues that the commission thinks is important. I know last time, for instance, Dan brought up the issue of, we don't have any criteria around the cost of a project, or we don't have a real clear criteria around the cost for the project that gets at that like, bang for the buck type consideration that often kind of comes in at the last minute in the commission's discussion around funding. So issues like that, I think we'll hold space for kind of a global discussion here at the end of the run through. But where I was thinking of picking up, Sarah, is with our kind of deep dive into the criteria and starting at number 6, if that's good with the commission.
Sounds great to me, Taylor.
All right. So, and just one other thing, we have this as a possible action item. We have quite a bit more time today than we budgeted for. So, if as the conversation is feeling like it's coming to its natural landing place, if the commission feels comfortable adopting this rubric for use in a potential future cycle, that is on the table and possible. But the commission also doesn't have to if for some reason we don't feel like it's comfortable or it needs more time. But basically what I can do as staff today is be making edits live here with the commission, and then we can adopt the rubric as edited today for use in a future cycle. So that's a possibility on the table, but I don't want you to feel like it has to happen. So with that, I'll go ahead and share my screen. Here it is. Okay, I'll just show you right here at the top what I was talking about. So we ran through the first 5 criteria last time and a deep dive level. Not much has changed, except you'll see here on criteria 2, we've added some descriptors around the point ranges. Just kind of describing what we mean, and we're happy to dive into those more deeply if commissioners have thoughts on that. And similarly with criteria 3, we added some descriptors of kind of high, medium, and low score ranges. And I'll ask Sarah if you can just keep an eye on hands, because I can't really see folks, but feel free to ask questions or chime in as we go, because like I said, we're going to do kind of a deep dive starting here at number 6. Okay, so number 6 here, this is the capacity and competence of the applicant. And And this, we did a fair amount of work on this in rulemaking, defining what we mean by that. Because if you'll remember, these criteria that are highlighted in yellow, these come directly from statute. So some of the work we did in rulemaking was being like, okay, well, when we say capacity and competence of the applicant, what do we mean? And the survey we sent out to the commission ahead of the last meeting, this one came in at relatively important. I mean, this was one of the higher scoring criteria as far as the importance to the commission. So you'll see a total score of 15 points here, and then we broke it out by its sub-criteria. Each sub-criteria worth between 3 and 5 points. So, sub-criteria A is, are they accredited with LTA, or do they can they demonstrate that they have standards and practices that are very similar to that LTA accreditation? Do they have working lands as part of their organization's mission? Our understanding of their financial capability at the time of application, and their demonstrated relevant commitment, ability, expertise, and track record to do the easement project. So all of those feed back in up to the capacity and competence. And like I said, currently we have that at 15 points. So thoughts on this criteria? And I see John O'Keefe has his hand up. So go for it, John.
Yeah, thanks, Taylor. An idea came up just briefly the last time we met, and it kind of seemed to me to have a little merit. That like this capacity of the applicant could almost be a pass-fail thing instead of a points thing. Because when you structure it with points, you're kind of putting the entrance barrier in front of the new guy on the block, and you're treating the application different depending on who brings it. And we absolutely don't want to be empowering people that aren't ready to take on easements to hold easements for sure. We've got to be sure that they have the capacity, but once they are deemed to have the capacity, I'm not sure if we want to create a situation where the older established organizations have an advantage over the startups. So I would like at least pass-fail to be considered for this criteria.
Yes. Okay. So this is something that's come up on a couple of criteria. The idea of like a threshold type criteria. And I do think you're right, John. We kind of have swept that under the rug once or twice. I think the mechanics of that are going to be tricky because it's not necessarily, we have like our eligibility criteria that needs to be met. I mean, they need to be an eligible holder of a conservation easement. And, the easement itself needs to happen on working lands and for the purpose of, maintaining the lands as working lands. So I think, I'm just trying to think of like how we would determine yes or no on something like this. I think we should keep talking about it, but I think we would need more guidance from the commission as to like, how would we draw the line to kick somebody out, basically, as like not ready. You know what I mean? Because the easement or the statutory language itself doesn't sort of have that clarity to it. And I don't think we'd necessarily want to make everybody be a Land Trust Alliance accredited organization, because then we are kind of doing what you wanted to avoid, where we're discriminating against new and upcoming organizations who maybe haven't gone through that time extensive process yet. But I would be interested in hearing further thoughts from you, John, and from other commissioners. So let's dive into that. And Robin has some thoughts too, because they're probably more well informed. So Dan, are your thoughts on that front? Do you want to elaborate on that, or do you want to?
Yeah, more or less. I was
Yeah.
thinking on part A here that, there's some benefit to having accreditation, obviously. And if we want to specifically or explicitly break out that like 4 points would be for accredited organizations as opposed to, letting the reviewers' potential feelings about one organization or another, or any, personal biases they might have come into play here. As opposed, just if you're accredited, you get 4 points, and if you're not, then it's up to the judgment of the reviewers.
I see.
But-
So make some very specific guidance language around
things that are binary, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That seems pretty doable. Robin, do you have thoughts on that and John's comments?
Yeah, so specifically around accreditation, I think that the purpose here is not necessarily not necessarily to like put organizations that are not accredited on the same playing field as those that are. I think it's more trying to make space for those organizations that don't have the ability to be accredited with the Land Trust Alliance. Our program, we can accept applicants as eligible applicants that are not those that can seek accreditation. And so it would be more looking at those from that perspective. Those are municipalities, for instance, soil and water conservation districts at this point cannot be accredited. So those types of things, it's kind of giving space for recognizing what accreditation does in terms of kind of checking the boxes that folks are following best practices across a whole suite of things in terms of organizational, how they run their organizations, but not discrediting those that just don't have that ability to be accredited. And then I do think that just to give some space to how our reviewers are looking at capacity, on a lot of these, they are kind of binary. And so if you recall from the beginning of the conversation around ranking, it is kind of they either do this or they don't. And so one space that I would want to make sure that we left some potential room for a range potentially is in D, because I think that even if an organization is potentially newer or older, they still may not have been able to meet some of the expectations around track record in terms of how they deal with violations, those types of things, how quickly they get their projects done. So I do think that D is important to keep some space for variations in how folks come.
That's helpful. And do you have thoughts? I mean, I know you kind of said it is sort of binary on a lot of these, but the idea of like using a threshold type model on this particular criteria?
Well, yeah, I think it could be, it doesn't necessarily have to be a threshold, but more of what I've seen other programs do. It's if you've got the capacity to do it, you get 15 points. If you don't, you're 0. Or like if kind of, so it's not necessarily like, or if you're low, you're 0. If you're high, you're 15 kind of, rather than it being a like you're out the door. It's more of a like you get a lot of points if you've demonstrated a lot of these, and you don't get many points if you don't. So it's, I think.
Yeah, but then to John's point, if you don't have the capacity to do the project, we don't want to be in a position where they score really well, but we know, we're pretty confident that I mean, this is kind of a hypothetical, right? Because we haven't really seen this situation, I don't think, up to this point, but we're thinking about things that could come down the pike. And I guess you could imagine somebody scoring really high because they have this really significant property with all these, resources on it. But it's, a new organization that doesn't hold an easement, and they weren't able to demonstrate that they're likely understand how to get something over the finish line. Yeah. I mean, I
Yeah.
think this is worth enough points that if you were to get a 0 on this, you would have a really hard time getting over getting over the funding line. But
Or we could simplify it and do a 0, 5, 10. So if you don't have the capacity, you're going to get a pretty 0, and then that will help there. But I mean, I don't think that any applicant that comes into the door is going to necessarily be fully incapable. They may need more support. But I guess that's also just wishful thinking. That's my assumption that over time, that's what it'll look like.
yeah, okay, that's useful. Mark and then Renee.
Yeah, thanks. Getting back to what John said originally, I agree that you hate to rule out the newbie coming into this, but I think we're all sort of talking similar sort of thing here, but we did rank this category as being important. That's why, we got 15 points to it. I'm just going to throw out a hybrid type system here that use what we have here. But and if we need to use D as being where we have some flexibility here to make some adjustments, the point range, even though it's 15 points, in reality, it might only wind up being between 12 and 15, where 12 is the newbie coming in and 15 is the entity that shows a lot of experience. You are giving them some extra points for certain things, but you're not, it's all or nothing. You've got people that have expressed, they've shown that on paper they can do things. They just don't have all the projects behind them. But there's only like a 3-point difference. So it doesn't make a huge amount of difference, if they're qualified and everything, but it will make a little bit of difference in the overall project. So that's all I'm saying, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. And I think a newer organization very well may not have their LTA accreditation yet. So there's a chance they could lose a point or two on A, and they might not be able to demonstrate their financial capability in C as well. So they might. So, I mean, yeah, I think it's tougher for a newer organization, but if they're able to articulate clearly how they meet these expectations, I think you're right. I think they can be pretty competitive.
And they could possibly make up for, the lack of being a newer entity by other categories here, but just because they're new, they automatically drop way down. Just doesn't seem right to me either,
Yeah.
They could be an awesome trust coming through or what have you. So anyways, I think we're sort of all talking similar language here. I just threw something out there. Just make it to where there's, if they're all fully capable, then there's only like a 2, 3, or 4-point difference. They all get up to 15 points because it is an important category. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's super helpful. I think there's kind of two issues on the table right now, at least my understanding. There's how do we not discriminate against new and upcoming organizations too harshly? But then how do we also ensure that we don't have a project coming through the door that gets recommended for funding that we are pretty confident the organization itself doesn't have the capacity to implement? And then I think that gets to the threshold question. So Renee, do you have thoughts on one or both of those?
I think I actually have a question back for John. Because I agree, Taylor and John said, not wanting to essentially kind of penalize the new person and wanting to make sure folks have the chops to implement the projects. I just want to confirm that we are talking about truly evaluation criteria, something getting to the review committee, as opposed to a threshold question that would be kind of at eligibility stage. Because right now, and Robin described it in her presentation, that's really around like the type of project. Is it truly eligible to come in to request OHP funding? I don't think, John, you were talking about an eligibility threshold that wouldn't even allow them to get to the gate of review, but I just want to check that.
Well, I was mainly speaking that to capacity. And if that's picked up in the eligibility criteria, I'm not ultra familiar with all aspects of these applications. So I just, again, wanted to have an outcome where we didn't have unsurmountable barriers for new organizations that were up to it, but we didn't end up with people with projects that weren't up to the job. So, and I think the discussion so far has been excellent. I think we'll get a way to move forward.
Robin or Renee, building on that, is there any eligibility criteria around, what is the eligibility criteria around the applicant?
1 second. It is, they simply have to be a holder as defined under the conservation easement enabling statute. So it's pretty, there's more on the specific type of property.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm really a proponent of this being, high value, 15 points, and also having it be, equitable and open to new applicants. Have we ever had a tribe apply? I mean, because in the Willamette Wildlife Mitigation Program, Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde and Siletz are both, active in that program. So I'm thinking of them not being a land trust accreditation.
Yeah, we've had them express interest, but no applications to date.
Okay.
All right. So I guess, yeah, my question then back to you, John. Sorry to put you on the spot. That's what you get for sharing your ideas. Are you comfortable with this being we have our eligibility criteria, you have to be a holder, and then this is amongst the highest scoring criteria. So if you were to get close to a 0 on this, you would likely not compete. Does that rise to the level of your threshold question, or do you think we need to explore a mechanism for outside of a point range for certain criteria, specifically this one, to address your concern around not accidentally recommending a project for funding when we know the applicant is unlikely to succeed?
I think we can work within a point range. Mark explained it pretty well. Yeah, I don't think we need to try and invent some trapdoor here to get rid of people if the staff doesn't see a need for that, and the amount of time they've been doing this, I don't necessarily see a need to put it here. The discussion so far, it seems like people think we can get here with points, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that's good to hear. And ultimately, to your point last meeting, John, I mean, the commission does still retain the right to make their funding recommendations to the board, no matter how the projects score. So that we do have that sort of, I don't know, safety built in. If for some reason something ends up scoring really high, but there's a glaring hole in our confidence in the project getting over the finish line.
Yep.
Okay.
I've
Cool.
got a tiny question, Taylor.
Yep.
It looks like this in the criteria buckets, it looks like it has 16 points for this, but it's only 15 points. Is that just
Let's pull those up here real quick.
something?
So these are the buckets Sarah's referring to. I'll just talk through these real quick. And so you're talking about, here we are.
I think it's just 6B should be 3, not 4.
Well, you're going to throw off all the math, but you're right, aren't you? 6B. Yep. Okay. I'm sorry about that. So then this is 15. Oh my gosh. So this math is going to be slightly off. This is probably closer to 10%, and this is out of 145. Who knows what 15 divided by 145 is. All right. Probably 11, between 11 and 10%.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
145 is a great number.
It is. Yeah, I actually like that much better than what we were at. Okay. Any other thoughts on this criteria? Again, we can, at the end, we can kind of look at all the score ranges and try and make sure we have things balanced, but we can also do that here as we're talking through the criteria. So we comfortable with the point range. We did have, Dan's comment about potentially adding some explanatory language around you automatically get 4 points if you're LTA accredited. Do other commissioners or staff have thoughts on that? Do you think we ought to put that here in the rubric itself? Renee, you have thoughts?
Well, I would just go back to what Sarah raised with the example of tribes. And Robin mentioned other entities that are not able to be LTA accredited. So I think that it's, because that could be a very mature entity, an SWCD or a tribe, but they just don't have that option. So maybe the or though addresses it. I would just ask that we think about that.
Yeah, it could potentially discourage folks from applying if they don't have that LTA accreditation. But Robin?
Yeah, I think that's how it's looked at now, is the or is inclusive rather than competitive, I'd say. So I think it would be kind of, if they're accredited, they would get 4. If they implement standards and practices that are similar to an organization that is eligible to accreditation, they also get 4. If their standards and practices are iffy, they're good, but they're not fully at accreditation-ish level, then they would be somewhere on the 1 to 3.
And I see you're off mute. Dan, do you want to?
No. I hadn't fully thought through the tribal, issues and the municipalities and stuff like that, the organizations that literally could not get accredited. So I'm totally fine with that.
Okay. All right, so it's sounding like we're going to leave it pretty much how it is for now. And like I said, at the end, we can zoom back out and tweak some points. But I'm going to move on to number 7. So again, you see some stuff here highlighted in yellow. This is directly from statute. And this is our one criteria that deals with costs and money and that kind of thing. So it's the extent to which the benefit to the state from the investment may be maximized. And then, you'll see there's a couple other statutory criteria that we put here in the sub criteria to get at this. But ultimately, this is worth 10 points. So it's kind of middle of the pack, less than the previous criteria. And that just reflects the survey we gave to the commission, where you guys kind of had it in relative importance. So this criteria is based on the ability to leverage grant money from other funding sources. So this is like the match question. We have that up to 3 points. The duration of the agreement with a preference for longer term agreements. So up to this point, we've only received applications for perpetual conservation easements in this program, but we do have the option for termed covenants. So those would that's where you would see projects, with the termed covenant likely losing a point or 2 in relative or in compared to a perpetual easement. So that might be worth a discussion of how important that is to the commission here. Right now we have it at 3 points. And then we have, 2 other sub criteria that we added from rule. So the cumulative effect of similar conservation or agricultural investments in the community, and then the consistency with local comprehensive plans and statewide planning goals, both of those up to 2 points. So again, this is a criteria 7. Currently, we have it at 10 points. And it's a criteria directly from statute. So welcome thoughts and feedback, and looks like Mark is ready to go. So Mark, go for it.
Yeah, Taylor, just on 7A, the ability to leverage grant monies with other funding sources, 1 to 3 points. Am I reading this correctly? Is if you match the funding request at 100%, you get 3 points? Or if you match it at a fraction, you get 1 point? How are these points be allocated?
That's a good question because we haven't done points up to this point. So I think it's still going to be a little bit of comparing apples to apples, within a grant cycle, and others feel free to chime in on this. But if all the projects are bringing in 100% match, I imagine they'll all get 3 points. If one project is only bringing in 50% match and one's bringing in 150% match and the rest are bringing in 100, I think that's where, it might get a little tricky for the review team to score, because, what is enough? And, I guess the more, the better. But then there's also the key word here is the ability. So some of the match that comes in on applications is secured, and some of it is pending. And so I think this is kind of the area where the review team can dive into how much is the proposed match, what are the match sources, and how secure are they? Does this match seem, given the application and the explanation from the grantee as to how confident they are that match is going to come through. So I mean, it's just, I think this one illuminates some of the challenges with a rubric. We're never going to get to a fully objective score. We're still going to be comparing projects against each other to a certain degree, I think. But others chime in with thoughts on that. And I'll go to Jim Bob first, but I thought I saw another hand or two.
Same thing. 7A is, I don't think 1 to 3 points is enough, because for me at least, if we get match money through NRCS, and if you're able to get 150%, particularly, which sounds amazing, we can do more projects with the state money. And so I think those should have a higher ranking than just 3 points, because I feel like we're up above on section 6, we're giving out 15 points in total there, and I'm like, okay, that makes sense. But then we're not giving more points to being able to do more projects in 7A, because we're only limited at the 3 points. And I think that value should be at least 5, if not 10, just because it allows us to do more if they are funded from elsewhere, supported money wise.
Awesome. Okay, Robin, do you have thoughts on that as well?
I do, but Sarah's got her hand, so I don't know if Sarah wants to
Sarah's
respond,
sneaky
or I
hand.
can,
Okay.
You can go, Robin.
So a couple, just, I guess, clarifications on how we look at match currently. It might help the context. So we kind of are not, we ask our applicants to demonstrate that they are seeking at least 25% match. So a couple things that are important there is demonstrate that they're seeking, so they can put in pending match, as well as secured match, as Taylor just said. And certain match types are more secure than others. Other funding sources that have actual obligations, so NRCS, and if those come in at the time of application, that's a great thing to see, because that match means that we can look at how much it is, we can see what the timelines on it and what the requirements for that is. So we can kind of at the time make sure that there's not going to be too much that could not be aligned between our funding and where the match comes from. Other sources of match can be more variable, and we have seen things where match has been included, where we then have our applicants having to find alternative sources to provide that match because it didn't come to fruition, and that's in a variety of ways. So I don't want to undersell how valuable it is to be able to have other sources of funding contributing to the projects. But I also don't want to create a scenario where we have folks inflating potentially match at the time of application only to find themselves in a relative bind, or us meeting the 25% threshold when we thought we were getting 50 or 60 or something on a project. So I think it's important to give it as much space as it needs in the ranking, but I don't want to over engineer, I guess, the likelihood that match is going to be successful all the time.
Yeah, because I mean, the other end of that question is then how do we hold people accountable to what they said they were going to bring in for match on the back end?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good point. Sarah, did you have something to add on that front?
Yeah, on this, how much, Robin, does like secured match or match in general come into whether a project is going to proceed or not proceed?
In evaluation, like I would say that currently folks just look at it as a positive, but when it comes to actual success, like it can't succeed we can't let it go over the finish line without showing at least the 25%. I think there's been times where organizations have had to provide the match themselves, fundraise for it, because the source didn't have it or didn't have the extent that they thought they were going to get for it. So every little bit of money matters. And I think it's also important to note that OWEB is one of the few across our acquisition programs that actually does have due diligence and staff time as an eligible expense. NRCS does not fund due diligence costs or staff time, so we tend to fit a big part of that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, Jim Bob.
Yeah, I think there should be a matrix here for secured match then. I mean, that should be a point system in this as well, is that if they have secured funding through NRCS or somewhere else that's like, yeah, no, we're going to back this, that should be really taken into consideration here. Because what Robin's pointing out makes total sense as far as like when the shortcomings come up, when it's just recommended that they're going to fund it and then they don't, it kind of makes us look silly. So as far as like having secured funds, they should get additional points for that particularly.
Yeah. Okay. So what I'm hearing from you, Jim Bob, is this ought to be worth more, 7A, and we ought to maybe add some explanatory language around how we weigh secured match versus pending.
Right. So, I mean, like if we were going to do it, let's say like a 1 to 6, which I know 6 is not a great number for this, but it would be something where like, oh, you have secured funds from NRCS for 50% of this project, then you're going to get a 6. If you're unsecured, then you're going to be a maximum of 3, and that would be or something like that. So then that way the people that have done the due diligence to get secured funds from somewhere else are noted and are awarded points to get funding. Because personally, when I'm voting, I'm going to be more apt to give to that when I know our state dollars are going further, so we can do more projects that year.
Yeah. Okay. How about this? I have a proposal, Sarah, our chair. How about we're due for our 30-minute break. So maybe we should take that during that break. I can work on tweaking the scores per this discussion and adding in a little bit of some explanatory language, and then we can pick up with that, get folks read on the updated points and the explanatory language, and then go from there. Does that sound good?
Yeah, except for just one more thing. I have one more thing on D?
Oh, yeah.
break. Does anybody else have any? Maybe I'll just start with my thought on D, and then if anybody else has any more to finish up question 7 before we break.
Perfect.
That would be good. When it comes to D, can you guys explain what exactly we're looking at when we talk about local comprehensive plans and statewide planning goals? And just to make sure that this doesn't overlap at all with the, I think it's question 1, where we talk about other state and natural resource plans.
So the way I understand this one is it has to do with land use. So this is how is it consistent with the statewide land use plan and then the local implementation of the statewide land use. Robin, do you have anything else to add on that?
Yeah, I think that's the intent of this one. I think we're wanting to show that we're taking into consideration the local goals of a community. If they've got an area that's, identified as like housing reserve, but it's agricultural land, it's not necessarily going to be disqualified from the program, but we want to be able to show that we're cognizant of the fact that it fits into planning.
Okay.
Every piece of land fits into a property or planning goals.
So question of, maybe that should be worth more points. Who knows? Do you feel it's here to make sure we talk about it, but currently worth 1 to 2 points? It wouldn't sink a project if we're, potentially purchasing an easement in an urban reserve or something like that.
Yeah, I don't feel strongly about it. Also not my area of expertise, but just wanted to make sure there's no overlap. I don't know if anybody else has thoughts on it.
It would make sense that is 2 points enough for this? It does seem like it should be worth a little bit more to me.
We can make it worth more. If we make A worth more and D worth more, 7 overall is going to be worth more, which is then going to put it a little bit out of balance with the initial survey results from the commission. But like I said, we can, over the break, we can fiddle with those numbers. We can look at it and do a gut check before we move on to number 8. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Okay. Well, I think this is your job, Sarah, but you want to take us to break and tell us when to come back?
Yeah. So, commissioners, staff, everybody online, we are going to take a 30-minute break for lunch. We will come back at 12:35. Commissioners, you can use the same link if you like, or just turn your cameras off and stay on. The YouTube stream will keep running. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Happy lunch. Thank you. All right, let's give it a minute and let people pop back on.
Sarah, this is Jim Bob. I'm here. I've just I was on a phone call, so I'm eating lunch, and I don't want people to watch me eat ribs. So this video is off.
We'd all get too jealous. Thank you, Jim Bob. All right. Hope everybody had a good lunch. We'll officially call the meeting back on. It's 12:36, and I will hand it over to Taylor to pick up where we left off.
Sure. Thank you. And Nicole, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. Would you mind resending Laura the meeting link? She wants to join us
sure-
this afternoon and she can't find it.
I sure can. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, so if you can remember 30 minutes ago, we were talking about criteria 7. And I have made a couple of tweaks based on our conversations. I'm going to pull that up right now. Okay, so basically what I did is I went ahead and you'll see it's in track changes for now, which is a little hard to read, but easier to track what we've changed. I increased the points on 7A from 3 to 6 and added some descriptors here. So you'll see 1 to 2 points, the project meets the required 25% match requirement. 3 to 4 points, the project meets or exceeds the 25% match requirement with some portion of those matching funds being secured. And then 5 to 6 points, the project exceeds the 25% match requirement with most of the matching funds secured. That was the first pass at it over lunch. Happy to tweak that language, adjust the scores. But yeah, how's that sitting with people? Does that feel like an improvement? Jim Bob's got a thumbs up and no ribs on his face. That's pretty good. Seeing some light head nodding, some thoughtful looking expressions. All right, so we'll go with that. Robin doesn't look too concerned. That's my main criteria. And then the other thing I did was on 7D, I increased it from 2 points up to 4 points based on our discussion, which brings the total for number 7 up to 15 points, which is on par with what we just talked about, number 6, the capacity of the applicant. So now these are kind of equal, the capacity and the extent to which the benefit to the state may be maximized. So gut check on that. Concerns. It makes for a nice round number now of 150 total points if we were to keep this. And I could, again, just pull up those buckets real quick to show everybody how that's all shaking out. So by bumping up from 3 to 6, we increase the weighting a little bit of the match and duration bucket. And we also bumped up a little bit the community impact bucket because we had classified 7D as a community impact criteria. Okay. What do you think, Sarah? Should we move on to number 8? People comfortable with these edits?
Yeah, that looks great to me. If anybody is uncomfortable, please speak up, but I think that looks good. I have just one kind of just clarifying question for all these specific things. We say 0 to 2 points for some of these or whatever, 0 to 4 points, 1 to 4 points we say, but we mean 0 to 4 points because people could
give a 0.
Correct? I'm just wondering.
Yes.
Yes, cool. Okay.
And so I guess if we're going to adopt this today, we could make that one and the caveats that we go through and adjust the score ranges for consistency. Yeah, to make sure that we add the zeros in and not the 1 to 3, because you're right, they could get a 0.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. All right, moving on to number 8. So this is the extent and nature of the impacts of the working land covenant or easement on owners or operators of neighboring lands. So we've received a number of public comments around the challenges with this. And in the survey with the commission, this came in as relatively unimportant to the commission compared to other criteria. It is from statute. You'll see it highlighted in yellow, so we cannot eliminate it nor give it a score of 0. And like I said last time, we've kind of been using 3 points as the floor for criteria so that we give our reviewers something to weigh, right? Where you can have like, this was a very strong 0 to 1 point, or sorry, very weak 0 to 1 points, kind of in the middle 2 points, and strong 3 points. But yeah, do we have thoughts on this from commissioners? As far as, I mean, this is the lowest. There's several others that have only 3 points associated with them, but it is the lowest ranking criteria. And I'll take no thoughts as approval. Okay. Moving on to number 9. This is one we added in during our rulemaking last year, which was fun, if you all remember that. So this is the extent to which the project will benefit the local area, as evidenced by engagement with and support from the local community and tribes. So this one came in higher than there was like a group of criteria that were at the bottom. There was a group of criteria at the top. This one was in the middle, but toward the lower end of the middle. And so we ended up bringing this one in at 7 points. Yeah, John, go for it. John Deck.
We're not hearing you, John. It looks like you're unmuted, but
Yeah, not sure what's going on with your audio, John, but for some reason you're not coming through. So we can come back to this one, and it sounds our other John will step in and say whatever you're going to say. John O'Keefe, go for it.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Nellie's point that people are sensitive about these things, especially early on when it's not sure if they're going to happen or not, and burdening them with points to put it out in a community spotlight, I think is kind of tough. And I believe that when Nellie says it has chilled people on the process, I probably think we should at least go to lower points than this one.
So down, you would support reducing it from 7 down to closer to our floor, which up to this point has been 3 potentially.
Yeah, that would be a good place to go. Yep.
Okay. Do other commissioners have thoughts on that? See a thumbs up.
Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah. Yep.
Oh, cool. Well, I'll pivot my comment dovetails a little bit with this point, and then is more about the previous point. Just the positive impacts to owners or operators of neighboring lands. And so I could see situations where that's highly subjective, where you might perceive a positive impact of your project, such as encouraging wildlife. A neighboring rancher might say you're creating a cougar corridor and creating a hazard for their livestock. And so they may not agree, but you might think that it is a very positive thing. So I'm not sure how you weight that other than someone saying, yeah, sure, this is positive, without like this one just feels super subjective.
Yeah,
And
I mean, it
go
is.
ahead.
Yeah, it is. And I think what we struggle with at this point in the applications is getting folks to address it directly. Because to John O'Keefe's point, I think there is some hesitance among applicants to do too much community engagement around these projects for often very good reasons. And so sometimes in the applications, there's just not a lot for us to go off or for the review team to consider when it comes to 8 or 9, honestly. And so we're just, I think finding the sweet spot as far as how much we want to weight this, and then getting pretty clear as to what we expect, and if you're going to get a medium or high score.
And I think maybe, I mean, for me, I would feel a little more comfortable with the wording of the last point of the 3.1 is saying that there's evidence of positive impacts, and maybe addressing potential impacts and changes, and the fact that maybe a project reached out to neighbors, and tried to, is there evidence that they've really engaged with them and worked with them and brought their concerns into account in the application, because they might be, I don't know, it's hard to address everything as positive in this light. So maybe just the wording of that.
Yeah, and I wonder, John, does it, number 9 kind of builds on number 8, where number 9 is more focused on that engagement piece, not specifically, I guess, with neighbors, though, it's the local community. Whereas number 8 is the impact on, neighboring lands specifically.
Yeah.
Let me see what. Oh, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it would just be a proposal to kind of reword it and just say, like, is it positive? Yeah, we're all positive, thumbs up. It's like, okay, let's have an honest discussion about potential impacts and how well was that done with immediate owners. And then the same thing with 9. And my one critique of 9 is that there might not be well, maybe a similar to, I think 9 addresses it maybe a little better. There's a lot of areas in the state, like us, I don't know if we border any tribes. How do you address that?
Well, I see some hands up, so maybe folks have some ideas. I'll start with Renee. Go for it.
I don't unfortunately have an idea, Taylor. I think more than anything, I have a caution because I just want to note that we did add, we fleshed out the tribal piece of this during rulemaking, and we currently do not have a tribal representative on the Ag Heritage Commission. So I just wanted to make sure that we were mindful of that, given that I do remember from the last rulemaking process some discussion around that tribal piece of this criterion.
Yeah, it's important perspective. Thank you, Renee. Oh, and we have a new commissioner joining us. Well, an old new commissioner. Not that you're old, Laura. Anyway, Laura's here. So Laura, go ahead and maybe introduce yourself real quick and then state your piece.
All right. Thanks, Taylor. Laura Masterson, appointed by the Board of Ag, organic vegetable farmer, Willamette Valley. I'm sorry to be late to the meeting. I'm really glad we're doing this, and I do have a few comments on this one in particular. Maybe you guys already discussed this, but Renee, Taylor, help me out. I feel like this came from some of the stuff in Tillamook that happened. And it wasn't even, we didn't even have the OHP yet. It was easements related to flooding. So I just don't see this, like the point, I mean, that's all resolved. I don't feel like this is really something that is a big deal for the easements. I know it's in there because it came out of this, but I just don't I just don't see that the point is to I just don't feel like this one deserves very many points. That it's not that important, and it's yeah. I think if there is some community engagement, that's great. But all the history that I remember of and yeah, this just is not a big deal or a big issue. So I want to be careful.
And you're getting a little jumbled right there at the end, Laura. But I think your point came through. And are you referring specifically to number 8, or are you talking kind of more holistically about 8 and 9?
Well, I agree with Renee about the tribal stuff. I think we need to be careful about that. But it's the community engagement piece that I want to be careful that we don't give this too many points, because to me, just knowing the history of this, all the other criteria are so much more important.
Thanks for sharing, Laura. We'll go with Mark, and then we'll go to Sarah.
A couple things just for clarification. So number 8 was in statute, but number 9 was not, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Number
So
9 was added recently we did a rulemaking last year, and the commission added this new criteria.
Okay. And getting back to number 8, I mean, I don't think it deserves more points than 3, but I understand some of the concerns earlier, what I think John said, but I do know, his analogy with cougars. A realistic analogy is when somebody develops their property really well or preserves it in a certain way where it attracts wildlife, elk, let's say, and the neighbors get all the elk damage and they come and reside on your property because you like elk and your neighbor doesn't. I wonder if we could, and I'm just throwing this out there, for the 3 points, for the full points, to provide a positive impact to owners and operators of the neighboring lands. So if everybody's in agreement, they get the full points, not just the owner. Because if the owner has, this is a great project, but their neighbor doesn't like it. Well, the owner, it's a positive impact to the owner. Do they get the full 3 points? But if we say, and the operator of neighboring lands, then they get the 3 points. There was something that came up when we were talking about it just a few minutes ago that I thought it might help.
Well, I think what the language, and because that comes directly, you see from up here in statute, owners or operators of neighboring lands. I think it's to capture like the owners or the operators of those neighboring lands, not the owner of the subject property itself. Does that make sense? And maybe that's not super clear with the statutory language, but that's my interpretation of what this is getting at.
Oh, I follow you. I didn't look at it that way. Okay, I see it that angle.
Yeah, but it's interesting you read it that way. So maybe there's a way we can clarify the statutory language to make that.
I see what you said. Yeah. Yeah. And, well, okay, no problem.
Okay. We'll make clear to the review team when we're working on these that that's what we mean.
Okay.
Okay. Sarah, go for it.
Thanks. I won't weigh in on numbers. And Renee may be about to say a much more eloquent version of this. I think my cold's getting worse as the day goes on here. But I do want to share, I think especially what related to number 9, some learning from OWEB's Measure 76 funded, lottery funded land transactions program, which has kind of shown us that neighbors sometimes have strong opinions, as you guys have discussed, about what's going on in the neighbor's property. 2 interesting wrinkles, I guess. One associated more with number 8 is that program went through a change a while back where we just literally, and Renee, correct me if I'm wrong, or Robin, take what people put in their application about impacts and benefits to neighbors and use that kind of rather than any information from outside, which is awkward because we do get public comment and so forth. So that's created some wrinkles. we also have pretty consistently, I think at least recently, avoided giving neighbors a veto on a project. And I think the part that might be, which may be a little more consistent with what John O'Keefe said originally, the part that I think I would flag related to number 9 is it has been our experience that when a county commission or a tribe has an opinion about a project, they do expect to see that reflected in an evaluation and a decision. And right or wrong, there is an expectation there that if there's an inconsistency with county growth plans, which I realize was addressed in an earlier one that Sarah flagged, or tribal interests. That's not to say that it has to have X number of points associated with it or any points at all necessarily, but we do see those projects come across in that program, which is a different program where if you have a county commission, for example, that's exercised enough about a project to want to weigh in, it's hard if you don't have a place to put that, I guess. And other than that, I just want to say this is probably why we backed off using rubrics in some of our other programs, because it's really hard. But you guys are doing great and getting all the qualitative stuff in there that is so hard to wrestle with in evaluation. So kudos for the deliberations and the conversation. I think it's really helpful.
Thanks, Sarah. Renee and then Laura.
Yeah, and thanks for covering that, Sarah. That's not where I was going. I was just circling back. Laura, I do think that some of the impetus probably for number 8 potentially was around several years ago, and some of the differences of opinion or conflict up in Tillamook County. I think the thing for the commission to chew on with this one is number 8 is not just in rule, it's in statute. So I think figuring out how to account for that, even if the situation has evolved. And totally agreed on number 9, Laura, that one was entirely developed in rulemaking. So I just wanted to follow up to see if our memories were aligned on those two.
Thanks. And then Laura, yeah, feel free to address that and whatever else you were going to say.
Thank you. All right. I just wanted to clarify. To me, really, the point is, and I think it, not having heard all the comments, but it sounds like we're in agreement. I just want to be really careful. A lot of the practices that do have impacts on neighbors are management practices, and they are probably not in the easement. So that's part of my caution around this. And also, we sometimes neighbors just don't like easements, and it's not a rational judgment. So I just want to be really careful. I think what you said, Renee, we don't want to just make sure that the neighbors don't have veto power on this. I agree. There are some neighbors, like Sarah, you were saying, the county commissions or the tribes or something like that. But this is a private property right, and I want to be really careful that we're not missing good projects because they have some neighbors who just for whatever reason don't like easements or something like that. So that's all. Thank you.
Totally agree, Laura. Totally agree.
Sarah, go for it.
Yeah, just building off of Laura, those are great points. And I'm wondering if, going back to what John Deck said about having question 8 be scored on whether the application outlines potential impacts rather than provides evidence of positive impacts, because then it's transparent, we're outlining the impacts, but not necessarily, it's less subjective.
Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to think of how to put this into practice, because the extent and nature of the impacts. So, oh good, maybe Robin will have some language for me. Go for it, Robin.
I think someone else did the language earlier. It might have been John Deck
Mhm.
early on, essentially just taking what's in the second one, but adding like there's a conversation about like whether they'll be addressed or if they aren't going to address them or if they don't need to address them, that type of thing. Because I think what's captured there that you just highlighted is kind of what folks are saying. Like, it doesn't have to be positive. I think what we've experienced throughout the multiple rounds is nobody's interested in docking points for like what's characterized by someone in a comment as a negative impact. But we want folks to be aware that they are receiving public funding and working in a in a community space. Like, we understand it's a private property, right? That's the choice, but this did make its way into statute. We have to address it somehow. And what we've gotten from applicants in the past is this is a private property right, so we don't have to answer this question, basically. And like, doesn't let us do our job to meet the statutory question. So I think, yeah, if you just add on to the same language and put in there that they say something
Next nature now.
about, then I think it'll work.
Provides evidence or application provides evidence to support the characterization impacts, nature of the impact. Person maybe and explains a plan for dealing with those impacts. Describes.
Yeah, I don't know, Taylor, if it needs to be explains a plan for. I think just kind of authentically addresses them, because we're not necessarily saying you need to solve all problems with each neighbor. I think it's an awareness of the situation.
Something like that. Oh man. Well, we'll fix the formatting post public meeting. John Deck, go for it.
Yeah, that revised sentence would address my original concern well.
I am happy to hear that. Okay, so yeah, potentially keeping the point range the same. Like I said, we've kind of been using 3 as the floor. So if we want to go lower than 3, I think we ought to have a bit more of a universal discussion about that, and then changing the language here on what we mean by for a high score here. Not necessarily if the impacts are positive, but that they're well characterized and there's, some kind of plan for addressing them, or they're described in the application. Okay. Wow. Thank you. So then I guess that brings us back to number 9, where we were. And again, I think the question here was really is 7 points the appropriate level? I didn't hear many folks arguing for increasing the amount of points allocated to this criteria. I think I did hear some potential interest in decreasing the amount of points, but also weighing that against, recognizing that currently we don't have anyone in our tribal seat, and our person who was in our tribal seat was really instrumental in helping us craft this criteria when we went through rulemaking last year. So just wanting to be cognizant of that. But yeah, I guess, how are folks feeling about 7 points? Let's just revisit that, and then any additional guidance we want to provide here on point ranges, recognizing that, yeah, I'm going to go through and change all of these 1s to 0s. Jim Bob.
Yeah, no, I think that the points are too high here. I appreciate that we are putting this in there for community. I mean, for regions closer to the Willamette Valley, that you can see more of a community aspect. Over here on the east side, going particularly east of Crook County and stuff like that, we're going to see maybe less of like how a ranch does conservation easements, how that would benefit a town versus like the tribes, in that being the downstream effect of having good rearing for steelhead and salmon habitat. Would directly affect the tribes if it wasn't for any of the tribal grounds that might be touching in some zones. But I think that the points are too high here. Outside of that, maybe a 1 to 5 system, or just another 3 points here, like you did above in section 8.
Thank you for that. Does anybody agree, disagree?
I just want to ask the question of the rest of the commissioners or staff, if we need to have it be both the community and tribes, or if it can be community and or tribes. I'm not.
Well, so currently the way we have the rubric set up is we're pulling directly from the evaluation criteria and rule. So if we're going to stray from that, again, that's a bit of a can of worms. I think I would recommend against it. But I'm open to Renee or Robin or Sarah having a different opinion.
I don't have a different opinion from you, Taylor. I don't think we can change rule in a rubric development.
Sounds good. Thanks, Renee.
Laura and then Mark.
I was just going to agree with Jim Bob. I think fewer points. I would support that.
Okay. Thanks, Laura. Mark?
Yeah, same here. That's what I was going to say. And I think it should be around the 3-point level myself again. So that's all.
Okay. Thank you for sharing, Mark. Ed?
Yeah, I agree with everyone else. I think the breakdown of the points is these answers, I guess, are, I don't know what else we would be asking of applicants at that time. I feel like that's pretty thorough, but others may disagree.
So you like the descriptors, but you're in favor of reducing the points.
Correct.
Okay. So what I've heard, I think I've heard most, oh, John Deck, go for it.
If there was maybe just a bit more specifics about how one would engage with local communities and tribes, and I think maybe a lot of people would like to do that, and that's kind of unclear. It's like there's not a specific protocol. In particular, I don't like in with tribes, like a lot of the agreements appear to be kind of like extra legal agreements, and then it's not always explicit to say, hey, we did X, Y, and Z, or did you call them on the phone, or like what type of engagement you did. But I mean, if there was just a bit more detail about that, and I don't even know if that's possible or not. But like I know personally, like if I needed to reach out to my local tribe, I'm I don't even know where to start.
Yeah, well, and it wouldn't be your job in this realm. It'd be the land trust that you're working with job, and most land trusts working in this space have at least an idea of who they need to call if they're going to consult with the tribes who have an interest in the area. But yeah, I hear you on maybe getting a little more specific around what we mean. Maybe Renee or Sarah has some thoughts on that. So Renee, go for it.
I don't, my brain isn't working that quickly. What I was going to say is, and this is more for transparency purposes. So we have a pretty extensive notification process at OWEB for all of our land and water transactions, that we send information about the grant applications, the proposed awards to county commissions, federally recognized tribes, affected governments, meaning if a government agency or entity holds land next door to a parcel. So again, to Sarah's point, Sarah O'Brien's. This is not for veto, but it is for transparency and situational awareness. That's something we do. So one thing that we have said, for example, in other programs is we will do that notification. What we don't want is any applicant to be caught flat-footed if they're not aware of us doing that notification, and then they haven't had the ability to connect with a county government or connect with a tribe that might be have usual and accustomed uses in that area. So I just wanted to say that there's a piece that is the agency's responsibility around notification, but we're trying to hopefully have these things be complementary.
Yeah, Sarah, go for it.
I was just going to say, with other acquisition programs like the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, they have to notify and get a letter of support from the county commissioner or the state representative. And I'm not saying that we need to do that here, but knowing that you guys are at OWEB already does that, maybe having some little sub bullet about we will be doing this. So I'm sure applicants know that, but having them understand that that's going to happen and the pre-reach out is important, and we want to see that they've done that so that we don't hit bumps that could be somehow point to the point system.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I think there's a fine line because we also have a guidance document that goes along with the program that kind of lays out, who does what when. So we could get it here in the rubric itself too, but I think if we start putting in too many specifics, it's going to make this more of a guidance document, less of a a tool for the technical review team to review applications. So I'm not telling you no, but I'm just I don't know, Robin, what do you think about that and whatever else you were going to say?
I was gonna kind of go down that pathway of the guidance document does provide a lot more detail for the applicants as to what is expected in the application when we ask for certain materials or in certain questions and certain things like that. So I think for all of these evaluation criteria, there's a lot more guidance provided in that document as to what can help reviewers or what we are requiring to enable reviewers to be able to address some of these criteria. So I would, like, for that type of thing, prefer to leave like those. I think that's when we, refer to evidence and stuff like that. That's beyond just what you write in the application. It's more of like what you produce. And we do talk about our notification, the requirements on the agency and how we go about that in there. We can be more explicit about what goes into that. And then my other thought was kind of more kicking the can down the road in some ways, but OWEB does have a tribal liaison, and I think we could probably work with them to help us develop guidance for applicants that may want to engage with tribes on their projects. I think to John's point, and to go back into my time as a project manager at a land trust, we often received it was challenging, but it was also like the capacity conversations around tribal and communities. Like there's certain programs where they are a written in part of the program. But when it's just like every land trust is coming to their local tribal partners and asking them to do work to help them bring a project for funding, we were kind of given the thoughtful advice that like maybe we need to be more cognizant about collectively how we're going about that. So I think it might behoove us to work with our tribal liaison to help provide guidance for folks on how they might want to go about this.
And maybe have that guidance outside of the rubric
Yes.
itself.
Yeah, that would go more into similar to what has happened in terms of like the tribal criteria and stuff or the climate criteria, just some more thought into what engagement can look like to give folks more tools.
Okay, well, thank you, everybody. I think, so what I'm hearing maybe is, what about if we reduced this point level to, what I heard most folks say was all the way down to 3, which again is kind of our floor. And leave the descriptors as is, and take some of the feedback from this conversation into our update for our guidance document that goes along with this to better describe what we mean by community engagement, and work with Ken, our tribal liaison, and building out a set of guidance around engaging with tribes and best practices and some of our expectations. Does that seem like it would get us to a place where most folks are comfortable? Okay, 3 points. So I'll adjust these scores when I fix all the zeros, but just know that. Okay. Oh, I should go ahead and adjust the bucket here too. So this is 9, and it went down from 7 to 3. So criteria 9. So that reduces that by 4. 18. Oh man, now we don't have a round number anymore. And I'll have to figure out all of our percentages here again, but I won't do that with you all watching me. Okay, great. So now we are on criteria 10. We're home stretch here. So this is the level of threat of conversion or fragmentation of the working land. So this came in as one of the highest of the mid-level criteria for the commission. So you'll remember from the top, we just had a couple of 15-point criterias. This one's here at 12. So it's relatively important if we're going to look here at, oh no, I think we took threat out of the bucket, didn't we? Yeah, we did. We split this amongst ag and eco values. So that's not going to be all that useful. But anyway, it's at 12 points. Here are the descriptors. Basically, 1 to 4 points. There's like a low likelihood it's going to be converted without an easement on it. Mid, 5 to 8 points. There's there's a medium likelihood, and 9 to 12 points. There's a strong likelihood that it would be converted, and the application provides specific details to demonstrate that threat, because sometimes there's a fair amount of reading between the lines on this criteria. So we wanted to make sure that in order to get a medium and high score on this, we do want the applicants to provide detail in the application that speaks to the threat and not rely on the expertise of the review team alone to determine that. So do we have thoughts on the overall score, these kind of threshold, high, medium, and low descriptors? Dan, go for it.
Yeah, I guess I would be in favor of reallocating some of those points from 9 to this category.
Gets back to a round number.
Yeah, more for you than anything else, but yeah.
Okay, so if we were to add, I guess if we added 3 points, 3 or 4 points, this would be 15 or 16 here. John O'Keefe.
I'm just looking at what I can see on the screen. It seems to me like the threat is a more important issue for the decision makers than the soundness of the legal and financial terms. It's important not to take on a bogus process, but to drive the decision as long as the legal and financial stuff is sound. That has more points than the threat, and that seems backwards to me. And between moving some points from 9 and adjusting the points between those two, you can probably get back to your 150, which
I don't think we should have that drive the conversation, but yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
So anyway, that just threw that out.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thanks for sharing that, John. Dan, and then Sarah.
I was going to say that it's a little bit, what complicates this, I think, is the fact that it's really contingent on this program going forward too, like the timeline that we're thinking of, and whether or not a given parcel that's under, say, medium threat will be picked up in, a future round of funding. I think that kind of complicates this a little bit, but, if there's just a one-off, if we're just doing this kind of funding period to funding period and not knowing whether or not there's going to be sort of sustained funding for the program going forward, I think we'd have to prioritize the ones under the highest threat, or we'd want to.
Yeah, we don't really have a criteria around certainty of funding for OAHP, but yeah, that's a good point, Dan. Sarah, and then Laura.
How is this one different than 2A?
Okay, let me scroll up to 2A. So 2A is, what is the easement going to do to reduce the threat of conversion? And 10 is, what is the threat of conversion? Does that make sense? So 10 is looking at this, what is the threat to this property? Is it high, medium, or low? And then 2A is asking, is what they're proposing to do, how much is that going to reduce the threat? And so they're linked, right? If there's a high threat, the easement is likely going to do more to reduce the threat than if there's like a medium or low threat and you add an easement, like you're not going to get as much reduction potential, right? Because the potentials for conversion is already low. So they're tied, but they're kind of asking different things. Maybe Robin, you can explain that more eloquently. Go for it if you have a thought.
Sorry, I didn't mean to raise my hand. Tried to unmute myself. I think you capture it well. Essentially, we want to know what is the threat facing the property, development proposals, succession, that type of thing. And then if the easement itself is not going to eliminate or address those characteristics that make the property threatened by conversion or fragmentation, then I think that's where those two questions are interacting. And think of it in the context of subdivision or building rights. You can have a property that's got a lot of building potentials on it, and then an easement that's going to only eliminate 2. Like, that's not really addressing the threat of conversion. Or you can have space for wind development, and out of 800 acres, and you're going to let 400 of them be available for wind development, that type of thing. So it kind of is asking, what's the project doing to address the threat?
Okay. It might be better to pair those together when ranking so that it doesn't get confused by the people that are.
Yeah, and in the review, I mean, my just observation, the review process, these are often kind of talked about together. I think it's a bit unfortunate that in the rules they are so far apart, 2A and 10.
I think if we're going to do this, we can create a scoring sheet that makes them flow logically, not beholden to.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, Laura, go for it.
Thanks. I will say this is really helpful talking about this one and just thinking about the big picture. And I would like to advocate for the extra sort of where we have given viewer points, that those points be added back, not here, but to number one. And the reason for that is I feel like even if something is under huge threat and is doing a lot to reduce the potential for that threat, if it's if it's not a great piece of farmland, then it shouldn't get a super high ranking. It just feels to me like number one is just really the most important part of this. I think we want to be protecting sort of the best that each kind of farmland that each region has to offer, and so it just feels to me like that's where the bulk of the points should be. And so having that be a little bit higher than everything else, to me, would help to do that.
Okay. Yeah, I think we should have a global conversation here at the end because we will have time. But I'll just zoom up to number one right real quick. And so currently number one and number two are both 20 points. And those are our two, highest ranking criteria. And so you're proposing adding a few more points potentially to number one, leaving everything else equal. Is that?
Yeah, because I think that to me that is the most important part of the easements program, and it's aligned, like we've been talking about a lot, aligned with the ACEP AL. We really want to make sure that these pieces we're protecting are first and foremost the best of the best, however each region in Oregon defines that. And adding a few more points there would help to do that.
Okay. I'm going to say, I think I've heard your point. I think it's a good point, Laura, but I don't think let's not visit adding points to one right now until we finish with 10 and 11. Let's get through the rubric and then we can zoom around and kind of look at like the whole thing as it sort of shook out through this conversation and then think about balance.
Yeah, that's fine with me. I just wanted to say that out loud because I think this conversation about threat, just really reminded me of that. You can have a small parcel or something that isn't as high quality farmland under high threat. And so I just wanted to get that out there. Like first and foremost, we want to be protecting the best of the best. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. Okay, so I'm hearing some differing opinions. Just want to kind of recap. So currently this one is at 12 points. I've heard some folks advocating adding some points here. I've heard some folks advocating leaving it as is. I haven't heard anybody advocating reducing the points associated to number 10. Those in favor of adding points, do you want to make your case one more time or change your mind? I don't know if we can get the consensus here, but just kind of want to make sure that we're not sweeping early comments under the rug and just going with the final thought. Yeah, Jim Bob.
I'm in favor of adding the points there to catch up to that 150 point deficit.
So that would make this worth 16 points.
Yeah, and unless there's somewhere else that we think, maybe I'm jumping the gun too here, but if there's any other levels in through here that we felt like we should add points to, I like the 150 point matrix. Just it seems kind of a round number, but yeah.
But if we're going to add points to number one,
well, then maybe not. Maybe not.
Right. Yeah. That's why I don't think we should focus too much on the 150. I think we can maybe get to that at the end when we zoom back out and look at the full thing. But I think more importantly, like 12 points here out of roughly 150. Does that feel a little too low, or does that feel about right?
I don't know. If you add 3 points, 1 point apiece, it bumps us up to 15 and just makes it kind of simple. But
it's kind of on par with, we have several criteria that are at 15. But yeah, Renee and then John.
My suggestion is that we maybe unless there is a really good reason to be adding points, hold until we have the global conversation, because I do want to go back to what I mentioned at the beginning of, we were bringing these numbers and these kind of buckets at Sarah's really good suggestion, so we can see things, and then going back to that conversation of, I don't think there needs to be a precise 50-50 split, but I do think it's important for you all to talk about what was the legislative intent and how do we reflect that across these buckets in a way that gets at the dual benefit nature. So Taylor, I'm sorry, I'm proposing to not give you a nice round number to work with quite yet until we can have some of that global conversation.
Yeah, it's been slipping through my fingers this whole conversation. So we'll get there. I feel like we probably will. John, go for it. O'Keefe.
Yeah, I'll just say again, I think that 11 and 10, the points should be flipped. I think that that would serve us better.
So I got a couple of votes for bumping this one up to 15. And we could do that as a placeholder. Doesn't mean we have to stick with it in the long run. But yeah, Dan, what do you think?
Yeah, just to go back to what I said earlier, I'd be in favor of bumping that one up, however we do it. I think Laura makes a perfectly valid point, but at the same time, I think we want to be careful about making sure that the money's spent on things that actually need protection. And, you know, if something isn't going to be converted or isn't under a threat, and it's, you know, high quality land of regional significance, then I'm not sure that's where limited funds should be allocated. But that's just kind of where I'm coming from on it.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. I mean, I think what we're aiming for is in a scarce funding environment to fund the highest quality lands that are under the highest threat at any point in time. So, but yeah, Laura, go for it.
Do we have time for you to give a few real life examples of number 11? Because that it just almost feels to me like a pass or fail. I think it's a terrible idea for us to be funding anything that is not on sound legal and financial terms. But anyway, I'm just struggling with the points. I mean, yeah, exactly. It seems like a little more of a pass fail. And as staff, do you feel like this is enough points to make sure that nothing goes through that is problematic, or is it, too many points and we should be advocating the points elsewhere? Anyway, can you give us a few examples of how you've been using this?
Sure, but yeah, maybe I'll let Renee and Robin, if you want to chime in on this one too, before I start rambling on about it.
Yeah, so I think there's a little bit of a rub here, and then I will probably ask Robin and Taylor to talk about more specific examples as transaction people. But I think the challenge is this: we need to have enough of a bar at time of application that we have a sense of, does this applicant have the ability to kind of understand the significance of what they know around potential risk associated with the soundness of legal and financial terms, and have enough kind of wherewithal to know these are the things that could trip us up? Because what we don't want to do is ask folks at time of application, you need to have done every bit of your due diligence. That is unfair. It would be front loading extensive costs. We've already heard NRCS doesn't cover some of those non-transaction costs, but I think this is so important because we do need to find that fine line of, it is this kind of stuff that if we don't have an applicant with some handle on what's happening, that can torpedo a project at the end of the day, and we don't want to have too many canceled projects in the program. That doesn't look good in terms of securing legislative funding. So I don't know, Taylor and Robin, can you maybe provide an example or two? Because my sense is that we definitely, I wouldn't advocate for taking too many points away from this, because I do think it can be a deal breaker, but I don't think it's something that we can have at like a kind of eligibility screen because we would be asking so much of our applicants to even come in the door. But yeah, Taylor, Robin, thoughts?
Robin, do you want to go first or?
It depends. I have lots of thoughts, but if you have more specific that you
Nothing
wanted to
real
share.
specific. I mean, the way I've experienced, especially number 11, with prior to rubric, which is the world we've been living in, this is kind of almost feels like they either have enough documentation to feel like we're confident in it or they don't. And there hasn't been a lot, I think, of yeah, I guess like folks kind of falling along the gradient as far as like the way that the review ends up shaking out. And Robin, you might have a different perspective on this because you deal a lot more with the due diligence folks we're working with on reviewing these applications. But it seems like by the time we get to the review, we're either confident that they are likely going to be able to pull the project off, and this is kind of related to applicant capacity a little bit, or we're not, and but often it just ends up resulting in potential conditions to the grant agreement, as opposed to knocking folks out or docking too many points from their application. But yeah.
So Taylor, if I'm understanding correctly, that would sort of argue for having fewer points here and just, working with them. I think the other part of my question is I just want to make sure that, I know long time ago and when this was being formed, there were some OWEB easements that were very problematic. And so I feel like we're past that. I think the applications you've been seeing are good in this category. So just want to make sure we're not responding to that we really are, that it's worth 15 points. I see how it's really important, but it seems like it could be lower points maybe. And, with the understanding that staff is going to work stuff out with the applicants.
Yeah, I mean, and then the counter argument to that would be like, if and when we do end up with a proposal in front of us that we don't feel like is legally or financially sound, we want to be able to give them a 0 or a 1 and have it actually knock them down the ranking, as opposed, if it's only worth 2 points and they get a 0, it's not really going to have an impact. If it's worth 15 points and everybody gets 15 points except for this one applicant, then it is actually, carrying some weight.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay. Thanks. That is helpful. I think, yeah. Okay. I mean, I'd be curious what if there's more comments on that, because I feel like, yeah, I understand why it can't be pass fail, but I still feel like that is a little bit of it how that's how we think about it a little bit more at the conservation district when we're doing the easements.
Yeah, that makes sense. Robin, do you want to share your thoughts?
Yeah, I would, at the time of the application, the level of documentation that we request and that we receive, I would say leans more toward what Laura's describing, in that it is like peeking through the curtains at what we might find during due diligence, because rarely are we provided with the specific terms of an agreement. It's rare that we get a purchase and sale agreement or an option agreement that details the actual financial terms of an easement of the transaction at the time of application. Often we're provided with title documentation that is on the end of the least thorough, and this is not a judgment on our applicants, it's what's normal at the stage of due diligence in which folks are bringing applications to us. So I do think that there's a certain kind of misnomer almost in how this is written, in that we're more looking at the readiness and how much folks know, what they've looked at, what they've identified as risk, than really what the soundness of those transaction terms are going to be, because they're not figuring those out necessarily at the time of application, and it would cost them a whole lot of money and a whole lot of time to do that before knowing that they're funded. So I do think there's a certain element of, with what we ask for from folks and what they give us, we're looking to make sure that they understand what is needed and that they've got a general sense of where they're going, rather than that they've checked all the boxes and that this is truly a sound project. So I know that kind of doesn't help a whole lot, but it is a hard one to just look at as like, we just don't know everything at the time. So unless we're going to ask folks to do that, it's not, I think, as important at application stage as these points might suggest.
So are you saying, Robin, that maybe we should do fewer points for this one?
I think the way that it's looked at by our due diligence contractors, of folks are generally identifying the things that they need to do. But there's a lot left to know, that at this point, it's not a unimportant part of the application process, but we'd have to ask for a lot more from our applicants to make this a really significant part of the application process, I guess. So that's kind of roundabout way of saying I think less points would be fine. I don't want to zero it out or even make it, below 10, but I don't.
Okay, I'll just put out there that I certainly would support 10 if staff feels like that is, getting us enough due diligence. I think makes sense to me to go a little bit lower, as long as it's providing the kind of screen that we need. And yeah, so that'd be my suggestion.
I guess I would suggest that we take another look at this at the end and Laura, I think the way you framed that up at the end there was really helpful. The problem with decreasing the points, as Taylor said, is that if we see a serious problem here, then if it has fewer points, it doesn't affect the overall score as strongly. And so, normally I would say if we were decreasing points here, we would be saying that the legal and financial terms are less important than we thought they were. I think we're agreeing that they're quite important. It's just kind of, it feels odd to have such a range of variability available to us, but I wouldn't want staff to be in a position where they're trying to communicate something pretty dire through this rubric and the points don't reflect that. That said, I think we can take a look at the end and we can also just say, we would tell you guys like, hey, this didn't come out in the scoring rubric because of the way we built the scoring rubric, but we've got some really significant concerns about this project. But that's where the sorry to jump in front of you, Ed. That's where the rubric becomes a little challenging, as we're using it to communicate stuff that we've been expressing qualitatively up to this point, quantitatively, and the numbers can pull in odd directions. But I would argue, just based on experience with our other programs, that when we see something that we feel scores low in this area, we would want that to be significantly reflected in the total score. And that may just warrant a look at the zoomed out level.
Yeah, and I'll just add on to that, Sarah. I think often if a project is going to score low here on criteria 11, it's going to leak into other aspects of the project, most likely. But again, that's hard to guarantee. Laura, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I guess I just didn't hear anyone really respond to the, examples of a few of, what the projects that you've seen, what does it mean to have few outstanding issues? Because I think yeah, I mean, I'm agreeing with that, what I think all of you said, which is you don't have all the info. So how are you evaluating, how do you get a high score is maybe the sort of the opposite question to what Sarah was posing. Not if we zero it out, I would assume you guys would give us a heads up about that if it had big issues, but what does it mean to get the 15?
I can go into that to be more specific for you, Laura. So generally, if a property, if they've pulled title and they've got title beyond just a status of record title, but it's moved into preliminary title report status to the point where a title company is willing to provide a commitment of insurance that shows us that the investigation into the status of encumbrances on the property is more advanced. And then that goes along with what the applicant describes around those encumbrances. If they have done their research, they know where they pertain to on the property, they know how they will affect the property, and they describe that in the application. That shows that demonstrates that they have a better understanding of what the potential risks to the conservation values are, the ownership entities, the kind of those legal title matters that need to be addressed are either on their way to being addressed or there's a significant plan already identified toward addressing those. So that is one of the things we look at that is generally differentiating between low-ish on soundness versus high on soundness. Similarly, if there is some sort of contractual agreement between the entity and the landowner, it doesn't have to be fully to the extent of a fully engaged purchase and sale agreement, but if they have an option in place that gives them the right to have a purchase and sale agreement based on specific terms coming to fruition, if they have a something that demonstrates the landowner's commitment as well as the land trust commitment. So I don't want to say like memorandum of understanding, those are more between certain entities, but something where you get both. And then one thing that we've been somewhat relaxed on has been the specificity in the easement draft that's been provided to us. Recognizing that easements take a lot of negotiation, we've kind of been accepting of templates that are kind of plug in the landowner name, but it's the same for almost anything. So that's a space that I think we could be asking more of our applicants if we want to go down that space and could really help in evaluating soundness, because then we would have not just what they tell us they're going to be doing in their application narrative, but we would have also see that reflected in a deed draft that has been shared with the landowner. Price substantiation, we look at that, how they are coming up with the proposed acquisition cost. If that's them running back of the napkin numbers, that's one thing. If they've talked to a realtor that's familiar with agricultural properties and development potential in the area, that's a whole nother thing. So we do have many things that we can look for and that applicants can show us to demonstrate that they have a higher grasp on kind of soundness concepts than a lower grasp.
Are those examples laid out for applicants?
I'm not sure if they're laid out specifically that way. They're more laid out in required and conditional materials. So we have required materials, which any title documentation's required. Some of it comes down to how much cost they're also willing to expend at the time of application. A sort report, kind of a status of record title report, might cost less than getting a preliminary title commitment, those types of things. So we don't want to tell them they have to have a certain level before they can apply. But we do make like title documentation and the title analysis a requirement. And then things like a purchase and sale agreement or an option agreement or some sort of contractual agreement with the landowner are optional if they have them at the time of the application. But it's not laid out as like, if you have these things, you're going to do better necessarily. So depending on your all's thoughts on this evaluation criteria, that is something we could lay out for applicants that would help more points versus less on this.
I mean, I think if those are the things we're looking for points that help us understand, it will help applicants understand where they're going to land if they're not landing.
Okay.
Where they think.
I think
I don't know what that lift looks like for staff either, so.
no, it'd be pretty simple.
Yeah, it's more about the lift for the applicant. So I think that's where we'd want to just give a little bit of thought to is, we also have this value of not asking for too much unpaid time on the front end of an application. Okay, so just to we skipped to number 11. We didn't quite finish with number 10. We talked about bumping it up from 12. This is the threat. 12 to 15 or 16. We're now talking about whether or not to monkey with the points on number 11, potentially decreasing. I haven't heard anybody suggest increasing. So just want to kind of bring us back to that. So because these are our last two core criteria, and then we just have the climate criteria to get through. But Mark Vargas, go for it.
Yeah, this is just minor. Can you scroll down another 3 or 4 sentences? I'm trying to compare your document to mine. Yeah, okay, so you probably need to add a word there are a few. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yep. That was it.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Okay, so just let's leave this. I think we have a rich discussion because we're about to zoom back up and talk about the global point distribution. And this will just save me doing more changes here in a few minutes. So recognizing we may change points on number 11, we may change points on number 10, but let's just quickly deal with the 3 climate criteria before we zoom back out. So just as a reminder, these climate criteria are universal across all OWEB grant agreements. The commission adopted these more recently at our rulemaking, and in the survey, they came in as relatively unimportant compared to the other criteria. And so you'll see each of them are worth up to 3 points. So the first one is how engagement with and input from local communities disproportionately impacted by climate change has informed or will inform the project. I'll just read all 3 of them and then we can have a global discussion about these 3. How changing climate conditions are incorporated into the project and how the project will contribute to durable adaptation and resilience for ecosystems, including human communities. And then number 3, how consideration of greenhouse gas emissions or long-term carbon sequestration or storage has informed the project. So each one of these, again, worth up to 3 points, and the total for the climate criteria is currently at 9 points. Thoughts? Yeah, Mark, go for it.
Yeah, I don't think necessarily changing the wording or anything is, that's fine with me. And I recognize, climate change criteria and stuff needs to be in a lot of agency type work moving forward. But I'm just, based on everything we've done here so far, I would be happier with like 5 or 6 points total, not 9. I recognize we have to include it, and it is important, but based on what we're seeing above and the stuff that we need, I don't think it needs 9 points. So I'm just sharing that with you.
Yeah, I could potentially make each one of these worth 2 points potentially.
2 points, something like that.
Okay. Hear that suggestion. Other thoughts on the climate criteria? Dan?
Yeah, I agree with Mark.
Okay, a thumbs up from Dan. Renee, go for it.
Taylor, you might consider, this hadn't struck me previously, that second climate criterion might split better between eco and community in the matrix. Because while human communities are mentioned, it is also about ecosystems. So that if you go down to 2 for each one of these, it might be a split of 1 and 1 between
That would make the
eco
math
and
easier.
community
All right, I'm
impact.
not going to
But
adjust
you
the
may want to
matrix till we
not,
decide.
yes, I was going to say, Sarah has her hand up, so you may not want to adjust anything.
No, I'm not going to comment on numbers, and I understand the group's rationale in deprioritizing this, and I'm fine with it. I just want to I'm going to share, I think, later in the meeting some global updates on agency budget development process this year. I do want to note that we're very limited in our ability to pursue new asks, and if there are any exceptions to that, it will be through linkages to the governor's executive orders, including the one on climate resiliency. And so, nobody's going to break open your rubric and be like, "What? You only gave 9 points to climate resiliency. How can we make this case?" But I kind of want to just be transparent and let folks know, if I'm able to go to bat for this program in the next biennium's budget, it will be on the basis of consistency with the governor's climate resiliency executive order. And I don't think that needs to drive, the evaluations in the program. I just thought it was a good chance to start airing that concept. And my cat agrees.
Yeah, I can see that. Jim Bob.
I kind of agree with Sarah on this one, is that I think the numbers are fine. I think the difference of 3 points in total here in the broad scheme of things is not going to make a huge difference in overall. And we all know that almost every conservation easement is going to improve climate activity because we're going to be storing better vegetative systems in place. So I think this is kind of a moot point, and we just leave it the way it is.
Appreciate you sharing that. Laura.
I just want to agree, I think, with Jim Bob and Sarah, and maybe ask the question. I feel like all of the easements that we've seen come through are would have, even before we had this criteria, would have scored really high. So, I mean, do you guys? So I just don't see how this really is going to make or break. I think if it's good politically, to keep the points higher, that's fine. But they we use them in the times that we've used them. Has staff seen that some are really scoring a lot higher and others are not?
Well, again, we aren't scoring currently. We're ranking projects, and I haven't seen these criteria really be driving the ranking up to this point.
The way review teams have described this from OWEB's other programs is more like, hey, if you really make the case strongly, then you get a couple extra points. It's not going to make or break your proposal, but if it comes out really close in the ranking, there's a little bit of an incentive to someone to describe the climate impact. Again, I mean, that's responsive to a global OWEB rule following out actually from a previous governor's climate executive order. So I don't want to imply that I feel strongly about it or that it'll make a difference in, come budget time. I think you guys are absolutely right. The case will always be there, and whether we want to reward someone for calling it out specifically in a proposal or not is probably less important to the program than some of these other criteria.
Yeah, and whether they're each worth 3 points or 10 points or 1 point, we're going to ask the question that gets at this criteria, and that's kind of that's been the main thing thus far, is getting those questions on there, and then it's up to the applicant to kind of frame their answers in the global picture of their application as a whole. And so it's a little bit hard to tell how much any particular criteria, barring a scoring rubric, is weighing into that ultimate ranking. But reading between the lines, I'd say, small to mid amount. But I think, like you were saying, Jim Bob, a lot of the projects do meet these criteria pretty well. So I think most folks get a passing grade from the review team on the climate criteria at this point. Sarah?
I'm totally good leaving it how it is. but I'm also wondering if it would be easier for applicants to answer this question if it wasn't divided into 3 separate sections. If it was just 1 to 9 points and had all of these listed. Is that a bad idea? Or because I mean, if you have to address each one to get 3 points, and they are 3 points, I think we should keep, I don't think we need to change the point system, but you have to address every single one of them the way it's written.
Yeah. Well, and they do have to address every single one of them because they're evaluation criteria in rule.
Are each of them evaluation criteria in rule, or is it a set?
Well, it's a set of 3.
Okay.
But they're each listed out, as kind of 3 separate criteria, just like the other criteria are listed out as 11 separate criteria.
Okay.
So, yeah. Okay, Dan?
Wasn't for one, the engagement with local communities, wasn't there some type of formal designation based on how that determination was made? This came up in a previous call where I had a question about it, and I don't know if it was Renee or someone else who told me that there's some type of, there's like a map or something that determines the areas that kind of, more or less qualify for one.
For disproportionately impacted communities.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a definition, Dan, that if memory holds was included in Governor Brown's executive order on climate. There may now be a tool that I'm forgetting now which agency was developing the tool. Maybe Department of Energy, but don't hold me to that. But I know that the tool was in development for a number of years, but it may be available now that provides more of a geospatial view into that definition. The definition is fairly broad.
It looked like Robin, you had some
Yeah, I'm going to jump in because it builds off of what Dan asked. So for our climate criteria, we have kind of specific language that's used around it, around the disproportionately impacted by climate change part. But I also wanted to point out that there's a whole host of resources developed specifically for applicants across OWEB's programs to address these climate criterias or criterion across a whole host of different spaces. So we do have an extensive amount of resources for folks on our website that also includes what we mean by disproportionately affect certain communities, such as American tribes, communities of color, rural communities, coastal communities, lower income households. So ours is pretty broad compared to the other like agency-wide definitions in the context of what we've done to help people address these climate criteria. So they're not flying in the dark around it, but we can do better to bring it into the context of OHP if we're asking them to address these head on.
Awesome. Okay, Ed, go for it.
Yeah, just my 2 cents. Based on the overall discussion, I think, yeah, they're in the rule. They're different enough that the applicant would have to answer them specifically to really, get the points. And I feel pretty comfortable to leave them as is. That's all I have.
Okay, seems like we're circling around leaving them as is. Which I think we'll proceed with for now, and we can, let's zoom back out and we can look at the whole criteria. So I think what I'll do is I'll pull up this bucket thing I made as a result of our last conversation real quick, and we can kind of go back and forth between the buckets of criteria and then this document itself, and I can be making edits to it. And then if by I don't know how much time you want at the end, Sarah. I want to make sure because we're due to be done at 3 o'clock. I just want to know when we want to wrap this conversation up by.
I mean, I can sum up agency budget development in about 3 minutes, but you may want to have a minute or two if folks have questions.
Okay, so I'm hearing 5 to 10 minutes. Renee, do you have anything you want to get on the?
Sarah's covering budget, and Taylor, just as an FYI, we have a spreadsheet. If it's helpful for you to use, that will auto calculate for you. I
Oh,
don't know
you
if that's
built a
useful.
spreadsheet in this
We
time?
did.
Wow, yeah.
It's
Team
linked
effort.
in your Teams.
Please, yeah, send it to me. I hate doing math in public. Okay, so while I'm waiting for that to come my way, Sarah, I think we'll let's try and do a check at about 2:30, how the commission's feeling and whether or not we want to move towards adoption, or if we want to think about trying to get one more meeting on the calendar in the next, month or two to try and put a bow on this. I think either way is fine. One way, obviously, you'd be done with this today, and another you would have the opportunity to talk about it one more time. So just kind of be thinking about that, commissioners, in the back of your head as we go through this.
And Taylor, the link to the spreadsheet is in Teams chat.
Teams chat. Here it is. Okay. Okay, here it comes. And we'll zoom right in here. Zoom out just a little bit. Okay. So what I'm going to do, actually, sorry for all the clicking around. I'm just trying to pull up the rubric on my other screen so I can be capturing stuff here as we go. Okay, now I'm ready. So,
As a flag, Taylor, I'm sorry to interrupt. You are not
Yep.
sharing anymore.
oh, good. That was actually for the best. Okay, let me share again. Okay, so thank you, Nicole, I assume, for building this on the fly. And yeah, just as a reminder, what this is kind of buckets of criteria. We have a little shorthand here at the top, but basically the first column here is the agricultural criteria. The second column here has to do with the ecological benefits of the rubric. This third column, column E, has to do with the community impacts of the project. Here, column 4 is the applicant capacity itself. Here on, oops, can't make you guys go away. Oh, well. Sorry. Wow. Sometimes this two-screen thing does not work very well. Okay, sorry about that. So yeah, column G is the soundness of the transaction, basically what we just talked about. And then this final column, column H, is the where we were talking about match and maximizing benefits to the state. And so we can revisit the specifics of these particular criteria as we go. But basically what you'll see down here, currently we're at 146 for total points. The agricultural criteria, currently we have 54.5 points associated with that. So it's just over 37% of the weight. The ecological criteria is almost 24%. The community impact criteria is about 12%. The applicant capacity is about 10%. Similarly, with the soundness of the transaction at about 10%, and the kind of financial piece, the match, and the benefits to the state being maximized at about 6%. So, I guess at a high level, How does this feel, and where do folks want to dive in and advocate for moving some points around in order for this to feel more balanced in a way that that feels like it's reflecting the wishes of the commission? Because again, just as a reminder, this is a communication tool for the commission to signal to applicants and the review team what you want to see in a high scoring project. And I'm happy to pull up the criteria itself as we go, so you can see what we're actually talking about when if you can't, just have 1B memorized, you can read it for us. Sarah, go for it.
I'm not a commissioner, but that means that I'm going to put my 2 cents in and then try to keep my mouth shut for a while. I think for folks who were here, Renee, or for folks who weren't here earlier in the day, I guess, Renee mentioned making, I think, an introductory comment about primarily the balance between ag and ecological or other natural resource issues. And Renee, I thought the way you put that was really skillful, that we don't need a 50-50 balance here, but that OWEB's read on statute, on legislative history, on legal analysis is that those two co-benefits are co-equal in this program. And so I was waiting to see the numbers and allow Taylor to let us zoom out to put my 2 cents in. And I have to say, this is right on the line that would make me uncomfortable from that perspective, to be able to say we're faithfully implementing statute that calls this or creates this as a dual benefit program. Would I fall on my sword if we moved forward with this point count? I think I might kind of pull at my hair a little bit and get over it, but I really want to be clear with commissioners and with the public. Statute, legislative history, legal analysis, OWEB's interpretation tell us that this is a dual benefit program and that one of them does not live above or before the other. That's how OWEB believes that we need to legally implement this program. So again, I'm not wildly uncomfortable with these numbers. I'm mildly uncomfortable with these numbers. And I would appreciate enough deliberation from the commission that we can get a sense of, how the commission reads this, thinks about it, interprets it, for me to check my comfort level, I guess, as director. I'm right on the fence in terms of level of concern here. I got some hands up for you, Taylor. You're welcome.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Okay, we'll go with Laura first, and then John, and then Jim Bob.
Okay, first I'll just say thank you, Sarah. I agree with that. And when I look at these numbers, I feel like we are the points are not equal because we haven't captured a way for the the ecological benefits of just maintaining ag land. We haven't captured a benefit of that in the kind of environmental column. So to me, it's absolutely supports both the statute and also, all the history and intention behind this program, at least as far as, I have been involved in it. I don't know that at the end of, 2 meetings, we want to go back and think about, is there a way to put that, kind of the ecosystem services that are provided by the ag land itself in the criteria? Because to me, that's why the numbers aren't 50-50. It's not because the program isn't or the easements aren't. It's just because the way we've set up the point structure. So anyway, I would be totally comfortable with moving forward with this, but I want to make sure that everybody who's advocating for this program is not going to advocate like, oh, it doesn't provide that much ecological benefit. It's only for the farmers. Because I think that's just not true. That's sort of what this spreadsheet shows. But in actuality, there's a huge benefit by just preserving the ag land. So how do we either get that in there or at least make sure that in everyone's messaging, they feel comfortable saying that? because I think it's absolutely true.
Yeah, appreciate that, Laura. More to come on that front, I'm sure. John and then Jim Bob.
You know what I was going to say is going to sound a lot like what Laura just said. I think that we've got this thing pretty well nailed, and if we need to dual label some aspects of it or something, that might be what we need to do, because you can't run a good ranch without having good wildlife and good ecology. And to bring landowners to the table, you've got to have a program that supports ag, and they see the ag support benefits of it from the outside. I don't spend much time in Salem, and so I'm sure Sarah has a good idea what she wants to try to defend, but I think we've got this thing pretty close, and if we have to change our messaging or make a dual column or something, I think that's where the answer is to me. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I'm just gonna make one comment here that this table is not intended to be like a public. I mean, I know we're talking about it in a public meeting, but we're not planning to use this in our public facing materials necessarily. It's more to guide the discussion here for the commission, recognizing that, yeah, anytime you put something in a box, you are sort of reducing the nuance associated with it. But Jim Bob, go for it.
I was on the Hill and lobbied for this for the Oregon Ag Heritage Program to get established about 2 years before it did, and we were out there talking about it in the sense that it was for ag. I mean, that's really what it was. There's a lot of different, I shouldn't say a lot, there are other different avenues to do conservation easements, but none of them captured the importance of agriculture in them. So the fact that this is slightly heavy in the agriculture aspect over the ecological part of it is appropriate for what it was designed to be. And living underneath OWEB it plays well with that, just because people that are doing these programs are that have the ability to do more conservation work on them. They can do that, and will probably do that. And the regions, like let's say the tulip farm in Canby, can be protected underneath this, even though it may not have as much ability to tell the story like where John O'Keefe and I live at, as far as like, hey, we're helping out fish pastures, we're doing sage grouse and all these things like that. Well, that we can't tell that story for the farmers that are up against those urban growth boundaries as well. I mean, and so for them to exist, for all the reasons why we wanted Oregon Ag Heritage Program to be a thing, was for that. And I think this is a really good scale, and I would actually advertise that as like, hey, these are doing this, and there is the point of doing the environmental aspect of it is here all the way, but it's also like we're trying to make sure that those plots in the Willamette Valley, particularly, or against any urban growth boundary, they have an avenue for preservation and conservation through this program, because there wasn't a way for them to do that otherwise.
Yeah, that's useful perspective, Jim Bob. Thank you. Mark and then Sarah.
Yeah, I hear what folks are saying. I really do, and I think that the ag aspect is important and one of the primaries here. But I'm just going to throw something out here real quick. I think if we kept the ag components like we have currently, but in criteria number 3, if we just made the fish and wildlife section, that one, add 4 points to that. By doing the ag work and everything, you're going to enhance fish and wildlife habitat too on a lot of certain things. So I think we may have this one just underscored a little bit. Instead of 16, maybe go to 20, like the top 2 above it. And then we could probably down under carbon CC2. We have all those points in the community. I think 1.5 can go to community, 1.5 can go to eco.
Oh yeah, we did talk about that, didn't we?
Yeah, because I think if we can make those changes, I think it's gonna make it a little safer politically, maybe for Sarah or others to deal with. If you look at the numbers, if it gets down to the balance, and I don't know what the percentages would be like if we were able to do that. Change number 3 to worth 20 points and move conservation, or excuse me, the carbon sequestration, the carbon one CC2 to 1.5 and 1.5. It'll up our total points. I'm not saying take away any points. So it's not going to have a huge change, but let's just see what the percentage would be.
And you're saying you want to see what it would look like if we bump both of these up to 10?
Yeah.
Okay, you're gonna have to remind me this is a. So then it would be, 36 as opposed to 26.
Mark, I appreciate that. I think you kind of put your finger on what I was really most bothered by that was not showing up in the totals, which is 2 and 3 really go side by side. I think by scoring one of those lower than the other, we are communicating something about the value of the program. I think, some of the other questions, I see the point Laura and John are making, that it kind of depends on how you slice and dice, and it may just be kind of an artificial. So I appreciate the suggestion.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna keep those highlighted, and I'll leave them at 10 for now, just to so we don't lose track. But thanks for that, Mark. Okay, Ed, and then Laura.
Oh, I already just raised my hand, but I unmuted because I'm ready.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sarah. Too much multitasking here.
Okay, as you guys can imagine, since I'm appointed to represent natural resources, I am really trying to make sure that this stays aligned with the statutory purpose of the dual benefits of ag and natural resources. And I really appreciate all the comments that Oregon Ag Trust submitted and that I've heard here, but I really do feel like the statute directs us to evaluate the extent of the natural resource benefits, which inherently means that not all agriculture will score equally. And so I definitely don't want to see the ecological values, natural resource values decrease in any way as we do this. So as we've been talking about upping, those scores, so we see equal buckets of the by adding the few points to make it 10 and 10 in those 2 categories under questions C or whatever, or 3, A and B, I think would be important. And I think that when we look at the program, we can think about it as the extent to which, or at least the natural resource bucket of these questions. It's really trying to figure out if the extent to which the projects protect, maintain, enhance these natural resource values is inherently requires distinguishing between properties based on that degree and durability of those benefits. So I don't want to lose that. And then as we slice and dice these climate change points down to 1.5 across categories to up the natural resources, we have no benefits. We have no points in the ag values for the climate change criteria, which, it should be probably equally spaced across the 3 because there are benefits to the agricultural outputs when we think about climate change effects, just as much as there are to fish and wildlife.
All right. Well, how about, so you're suggesting a 1 on criteria 2, a 1, 1, 1.
Yeah, I think I'm suggesting a 1, 1, 1. Everybody should see the benefits.
I'm just going to highlight that here too. Okay, so I'm highlighting the things that we're suggesting changing, not that I'm making the changes in there forever made. I just don't want to lose track of them as we go. So thank you for that, Sarah. Ed, and then Laura.
Okay, yeah, I'll jump into this discussion. Wouldn't be doing my job as a ODFW appointee without Noting, just reflecting on this program, I've been on this commission since the first round of funding was awarded for conservation easements, and I am happy to state on the record that I feel like we've done a really good job in protecting wildlife habitat on agricultural working lands. We've, in some cases, moved the funding lines I think, to the benefit of protecting wildlife habitat. We're, through this rubric, we're putting a lot of structure around how we're evaluating these things. And, it might change the outcome of our projects moving forward. But I think because not all agriculture is, agricultural practices are the same between Eastern Oregon, Western Oregon, as many have noted already. Whenever there are points, which I think we are awarding a good number of points for wildlife, anything that is actually providing significant wildlife value is probably going to rank out higher than an ag system that doesn't provide any or provides very little wildlife value. And those would be things that, are row crops primarily, a garlic field, an onion field, pretty limited, wildlife habitat, unless it's in some sort of flood irrigated, rotation that actually provides, or using flood irrigation practices. So all that to say, I hope that this structure continues to produce or push out projects, fund projects that provide wildlife value like they have in the past. I think the numbers in some, it's just kind of semantics to some degree. If we do start to get away from the projects that we feel are representative of the program, I think at that point we should really take another look. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ed, for all your years of service. Laura, go for it.
All right, thank you. I'm just struggling a little bit because the piece that I feel like we don't have points for is the development, and maybe this is what you were sort of getting at, Ed, is so that that garlic field, or that, Western Oregon is where I'm most familiar with. So that Western Oregon farm that is intensively cropped might not score as high as flooded fields or sage grouse or something else. And it is providing orders of magnitude more ecosystem services as a farm than it would if it was developed. So I think that's the piece that I feel like there's so much value there, and I just think it is not represented in the points. So I don't feel like taking 3A and 3B higher is necessarily the way to represent that. To me, that is, it's really one and two that do that by saying that this is high value ag land. So I'd be more inclined to maybe add a section C under number 2, or I don't know. I'm not sure how to do this. But I'm just saying, I just want to reiterate, like, that is to me where the points to ecosystem services exist, and they're not on this matrix. So help, how do we, if people agree with that, how do we do that? How do we make it show up?
Well, it looks like you've generated some thoughts, Laura. So I guess we'll go to John first, who maybe has a thought that's not totally related, but then I saw Sarah and Renee raise their hand. So go for it, John. And John Deck, if you're talking, we can't hear you for some reason.
Okay, do you hear me now?
Yep.
Awesome. I'm going to kind of like strongly disagree with creating a separation between ag and eco, because I think it's an artificial separation. And I think we've already kind of encompassed a lot of ag and a lot of eco together in there. And really just kind of echoing what the other John was saying, like agriculture depends on the ecology, and there's such a interaction between this, which I feel like is captured in these points and just in general in the spirit of working land. That I think it's a mistake to try and say these are ag points and these are eco points, and it's really an artificial metric that really bears no meaning. It's just going to come back and maybe bite us, politically, to say, this one scored higher. It doesn't make it. It's irrelevant in my opinion. So if there's a way to get around that, I would be in favor of that.
Yeah, I think that's a useful framing, John. And I think to my point earlier, we created this this bucketing at the request of the commission at last meeting to try and kind of understand how the points were shaking out. But again, I don't think the program necessarily sees these things as distinct either. I mean, I think we do recognize the bleeding over of agricultural values and ecosystem values and how those interplay. This was just kind of our attempt to zoom out and understand and put things in buckets so we could have a apples to apples conversation. But I do agree that I think the lines on the column should be much blurrier. And I think when we get to the review, that is how I've experienced the review process, is we kind of look at it more holistically. And I hope we can continue to do that with a scoring rubric like this. But appreciate, your perspective. So Renee, go for it.
Yeah, I think this is the challenge with the rubric, is that the world is gray in lots of different ways. And so Laura, when you mentioned like the help, like where my brain went was back to what John O'Keefe said about, I kind of wonder if we need a combined column, because you do have this provisioning of ecosystem services differently on many, I'm not going to say every, ag land. I grew up in Ohio. I know what some industrial ag looks like, but that's not the intent of the projects coming in its program. I do wonder if there is some combo column, and I don't have the brain power right now to think exactly of how that would play out. But I think that with these buckets, which have been super helpful, I think, for us to organize thinking around, but some of this is less black and white and more of a gradation. So I do wonder if we should explore John's idea of some kind of a combo column. And I think that also aligns a bit with what John Deck was just saying too.
Yes, and sorry to feel like a broken record, we're not adopting these columns. We're adopting the scoring rubric, just as a reminder. And so, this is just to help us kind of frame our discussion. And so let's think about, do the scores associated with the criteria we have feel like the right scores, whether or not we have them in one bucket or another? Because I think you're right, we could be splitting these out a million different ways. It's just kind of a first pass to help frame the discussion. But yeah, Sarah, go for it.
I want to defer to Laura, actually. Go ahead, Laura.
Okay.
I was just gonna offer a suggestion. The only thing that the thing that just came to me was potentially adding a number like a C, 3C, that talks about other other ecosystem services. That doesn't have to be the name for it, but I think when I read, when I read in 3, what is captured, it's really just um, plant and wildlife habitat and soil health, and maybe there's a way to talk about those other benefits of ag land in a third call, in a numbers, or by adding another adding C and then giving that a few points. So that's so far my best idea. Hoping we can come up with just something that gets at that, because it is there are tons of shared benefits, and I think we need a way to be talking about this politically that is going to speak to the widest variety of people, so we can keep having funding.
Yeah, I think if we're going to adopt a 3C, that was that kind of can of worms I was talking about around adopting a new criteria that's not in rule. I think that would definitely be a much longer. We're not going to get to adoption today if that's the route we're going, I guess is all I'm going to say. So not to say no, Laura, but that would be a big lift, I think, and we would have to think really carefully about how we frame that up. And then if we are going to adopt new criteria that's not in rule, what else might we want to do? So just a word of caution there, I guess, is all I'm going to insert.
Fair enough. I'm just put that out there as a way to capture, I think, what many of us are trying to get at in the points narrative.
Yeah, very true. Sarah, Evans Peters.
Yeah, is the way getting to question 3, because there's a lot of sticky points around 3, especially that Oregon Ag Trust brought up. But the way that we have A and B written, is that in rule or statute? Sorry for my lack of knowing here.
3, yes, 3, the like high level criteria. Here, let me just pull it up real quick. Is from statute. The subs are from rule.
The subs are from.
Yeah.
Okay, because I agree with Laura on the fact that I don't know if we can add another way to capture this, but they are very like the land steward practices is kind of that forward-looking component that Oregon Ag Trust brought up that is hard to evaluate in this criteria, and having something that's more talks about the extent to which the land management is going to sustain the soil health, water function, and other associated natural resource outcomes gets at the kind of that cross co-benefit thing as well. But you're telling me no, that's in rule. Change it.
I'm telling you, it would take longer. We would need to. It wouldn't happen at this meeting. We would have to have a discussion amongst OWEB staff and take it to leadership and perhaps get some legal counsel. I mean, I don't know. I would defer to Sarah, who has her hand up conveniently.
I have a pretty Mickey Mouse solution to offer. I also find Laura's case convincing, and I agree with John's point in principle that, that this was meant, as Taylor said, to be a tool to help us understand the balance. And the reason I thought this was a really good idea, other than that somebody named Sarah suggested it, which is always, a good recommendation in my book, but is that we have seen in these meetings, advocates and I think sometimes commissioners framing this program in a way that puts ag first. And that puts us in an awkward position because we don't think that's what statute tells us to do. And so that was part of what motivated my interest in this exercise, to make sure that we're not having a situation where the commission's pulling the staff in a different direction than statute and leadership. And agencies are creatures of statute, so I have to pull them in the direction of statute. I did want to share, to Jim Bob's point, actually, just slightly in passing, that I got reminded by my own legal counsel in between meetings that our memories of what happened during the advocacy process, which is a talking point I leaned on last time, doesn't really count for a hill of beans in legal analysis. So I actually got my hand slapped a little bit on that after I was telling stories last time. And I think it really speaks a lot to what's great about this program is that folks on the ag side that advocated for this program remember that part, and folks on the conservation side that advocated for the program remember that part. And we were all there and we all agreed with each other and we all got the job done. So I guess oh, I haven't even gotten to my Mickey Mouse solution. So I would propose like maybe we kind of put this thing, put a little asterisk in column C and say, you know, not that we're ever going to necessarily even use this in external communications, as Taylor said, but say, hey, this reflects, you know, that there's a lot of overlap and that there is a benefit, an ecological benefit to keep working lands working. And that's not, you know, that's why these aren't perfectly in balance. I would be totally comfortable with that personally. And I think to Ed's point, this program has a really solid history of balancing funding of projects that slightly prioritize those different values in different ways. And it's kind of magical how it happens through sort of ranking and commission discussion. It really seems to come out in a way that reflects that dual benefit nature. So I guess I would say like I'm comfortable with this. I think a way of recording that perspective would be helpful just to explain to folks who didn't see this conversation happen at some point. But I wanted to have the conversation in part to let commissioners know, like if we start to implement this in a future funding cycle and it feels like the scoring is pulling us way off to one side or the other, and it's going to really change the way that this commission has been making funding decisions in the past, I'm going to bring it back to you and tell you I'm worried that we're not consistent with statute here, and I'm going to ask staff to help us reconcile that in the future. But that's enough for me to have had the conversation and have a chance to talk this through with you guys and you know, kind of find our shared narrative so that we're consistent in the way that we're implementing this program and talking about it externally and talking about it if we do have an opportunity to do that in the next legislative session. We want to make sure that we're an aligned front, and I feel like this conversation has really helped me with that a lot. So asterisk, that was my Mickey Mouse solution, Taylor.
Okay. we can definitely add one of those. Robin, and then Laura, and then Chair Sarah. Just want to do a time check. We're at 2:40. So I think we might want to, after these two comments, have a quick discussion around how we're feeling, whether or not we want to try and get to adoption or not today. But go for it, Robin.
Similar to Sarah's looking for solutions. I was looking at the way we categorized 1D as fully within the context of eco. I think that one could toss a few points into the ag space to address those ecosystem services that we're talking about: soil health, water quality, space for fish and wildlife to exist, if not highly function all the time. And so I think that maybe we might have overcorrected by putting all the points there, and that there might be space beyond straying into rulemaking to provide some context for applicants that if they want that, like agricultural lands can support ag water quality goals of local jurisdictions, of soil and water conservation districts of their area, of their drinking water providers, and they can demonstrate that. They can show how those fit into those priorities. And so I think there's a space to recognize those values within the context of something we already have. And we can do that as staff to help describe how those types of supporting implementation of local, regional, state, federal, or tribal priorities and plans that support fish and wildlife habitat, water quality, or other natural resource values can speak to those ecosystem services provided by agricultural lands that doesn't go to the big eco part. So I don't know if that's a perfect fix, but I think rather than trying to throw it all out the window because we can't do rulemaking, or try and just like put a, like, to Sarah's point, like the asterisks of like, yeah, we're close. I think like we can recognize it by just putting a little bit more context in something we already have. So it's just thought, but
yeah. Thank you for that, Robin. We'll likely probably do something like that. Laura, go for it.
Okay, I am retracting my advocacy for 3C, and I can I think I could fully support this. I think with the modifications we've talked about today. So yeah, that's it.
And just a quick point of clarification, does that, when you say the modifications we've talked about today, does that include bumping 3A and 3B up from 8 points each to 10 points each? Because that's one we've made just now.
Yeah, that's what I was hesitating about. That is not my favorite modification. So I was happier with the original one. And I would be curious to hear what other commissioners would say about that.
I'm feeling, Taylor, like because of time, we're not going to get to a vote until we all see all these changes and have another meeting, seeing that it's 2:46.
I hear that. And I think we can probably pull that off. And I imagine it could be a relatively quick meeting because there's not a ton of changes that I am hearing that, need to be incorporated. But
I feel like these last couple of points and conversations we're having are super important for the program overall. It's kind of the core as what Sarah was saying. And so of all of our discussions in the past and moving forward. So I'd just like to make sure that we have enough time to fully discuss it as a commission.
Yeah, that makes sense.
John?
I guess I'm there. I'd move we adopt. If nobody wants to second it, fine, but I'm there.
I'm with John. I could adopt this. I feel pretty comfortable with that modest change in that sector of adding 4 more points there was, I think it's okay. It's a good political look, and I think it doesn't throw off very much. It always plays hand in hand, like with the conversation's been about ag and conservation.
Was that a second, Jim Bob, or merely concurrence?
I could be a second. I'll second it. I'll go out there. I'll second it. I'll do it.
Oh my gosh. I'm not ready for actual facilitation here.
Looks like you have some folks that want to engage in deliberations before the
Okay. Is there some
so that gives you a
discussion?
second. I used to run a school board, so I go into parliamentary procedure mode and it drives everybody nuts. So sorry.
Good job, Sarah. Ed.
Yeah, I'm glad we have Sarah to keep us in line. But both Sarahs, really. As far as a discussion on this, I feel pretty comfortable with it, with the rubric as it stands. I wonder if we want to, since we've been tweaking things, for the last couple hours, want to let the partners take a look at our changes and provide any feedback before we finalize. Just putting that out there for consideration.
Thanks, Ed. Mark?
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. I am comfortable with the changes we made, and I think showing those top 3 as being equal 20 points each, I think that's important. So I could go along with John's motion to adopt with the changes if that's where we want to go from right now. That's all.
Laura, and then Dan.
I would feel better if we waited. I think we could have a very short meeting after this, but it does feel like we had a lot of conversation today, and I would like for the applicants or other folks to be able to weigh in before we make a final decision.
I was just gonna say that we still haven't really revisited the comments about bumping up the threat points, which I would be in favor of, but if we want to vote on it, I'm fine with that. The rubric is vastly more good than bad. Not perfect in my mind, but I don't even think we'll get there. So.
Okay, so I'm hearing that we could have one more meeting, make it quick, unless John O'Keefe, you feel strongly about making that motion and just seeing if it passes. But I'm hearing people say one more short meeting.
I can live with either way. I certainly feel like I'm there, and I feel like I've been empowered to have these discussions. I don't have to run around and run this by a bunch of people. But if the group, some of the group wants to touch bases with some of their groups and whatnot, I can certainly live with that.
Okay, let's have one more short meeting, Taylor.
Great.
I think you guys want to make sure you get a chance to have another meeting with Taylor before the end of the fiscal year, and I support that effort too. We can bring some cake or something.
Okay, Taylor.
So technically the motion is tabled in case anybody wants to reflect that in the, normally we would vote, but I sense you don't want to vote to table the motion, so I'll let that go.
Thank you, Sarah. We will officially table that motion. Taylor, is there any other business?
I think Sarah has a quick budget update for us, and I think that might be the only other business besides my just like plug for, since we're going to have another meeting, I'm going to poll you all here pretty quick. So respond to the Zoom poll or the Doodle poll quickly, and we'll try and get something on the calendar sooner than later.
Yeah, so I will be brief. I think I'll be brief. I say that and I'm often not brief. Because we were talking about kind of the financial position of this program, running out of funds and beginning to have to reduce staffing towards the end of the fiscal year, I wanted to make sure to give folks an update. Based both on short session and what we have coming up ahead of us. So there were no impacts to this program, good or bad, from the short session that finished here the first week of March, which seems like a long time ago, but it wasn't. So we remain in the same place that Taylor's position concludes at the end of June 30th, unless something, at the end of the fiscal year, at the end of June 30th, unless something else changes, and we will have no new allocation of grant funds beyond the, remaining portion that you all discussed today and we talked about a potential use for. Agencies got their budget instructions from our chief financial office this week in terms of developing agency request budgets, which is our chance to kind of volley for the 27-29 biennium. They're a little hard to interpret, and so it's kind of like, when the chief economist speaks or something else, we bring it down from Delphi and try to figure out what it means. And that's kind of the phase that we're at now. It's clear that we're planning for another very tight budget year, biennium coming up. The general instruction to agencies is that anything that moves forward as a new policy option package needs to be revenue neutral. So either it doesn't have to cost anything, and as you know, there are not very many things in the world that are of significance that don't cost anything, or the agency would have to make equivalent cuts to other programs to be able to accommodate any new policy option package that did have costs. That's very likely going to put us in a very difficult situation in terms of being able to include a request for the Oregon Ag Heritage Program in our agency request budget. And I will echo what I said last year when I joined, a little bit later in the cycle than this, but in a similar position. When those documents start becoming public later this spring or summer, if that's the position we're in, I don't want partners to read that as a lack of support from OWEB leadership and our agency and even the governor's office for this program. It's important. We want to do everything we can to help it continue and to achieve funding in the future. We will read between the lines and do what we can. There does appear to be an opportunity to flag in our budget development process what you would do if you had money in narrative form, and that will be an opportunity for us to highlight the importance of this and some of the other general fund programs. I don't know exactly how that'll shape up, but I will tell you that, you know, as I mentioned earlier, consistency with the governor's executive orders, and the one that's most relevant in this situation is the one on climate resiliency, will be a criteria that the governor's office would use for decision making if we put things on our wish list and then the governor finds that she has some extra space in her budget development process later this year and going into session. We would want to be able to strongly make the case, and I think you guys spoke very eloquently to how easy that is, that this is a program and that other OWEB programs that we might want to seek funding for, you know, contribute significantly to those climate resiliency goals. So that is the framing that we'll be exploring. We'll be in conversation with the governor's natural resource office. I just wanted folks to be prepared that it is a tight enough year that I think it's very possible that we won't be able to ask for what we really think is important again. And this program is part of what we really think is important, and we may not be able to ask for. So if we do have that narrative opportunity, we will try to lay a trail of breadcrumbs so that when the governor's budget comes out, and I can't talk about how important this program is anymore, many of you can. And so we'll work on messaging together, and we'll work on, you know, what's the right way to communicate our alignment across partnerships and across these interests to be able to communicate compellingly about this program. And then when the governor's budget comes out, if it's not in it, I have to close my mouth and everything is in our partners and program advocates' hands. And so that will be our goal, will be to lay that trail of breadcrumbs, even if we have to do it just kind of in a, you know, narrative form at the end of our budget document, and to be communicating with you guys as openly as we're able about, you know, here are the potential pathways forward, assuming that advocates for this program may wish to pursue funding for it outside of the agency budget process. So that's my attempt to communicate honestly without getting myself in too much trouble. Are there any questions? It's a delicate balance this time of year. It's a funny little dance, but I worry so much that if people see this program not highlighted in agency request budget, that will, you know, lead folks to a conclusion that I really don't want them to have. This work is so important. We really, really, really want to see it continue. So we'll work together and dance through our little dances to make that happen, if we can.
Thank you, Sarah. We appreciate the update.
Thanks.
Anybody have any questions for Sarah? Renee, do you have any updates? Are you good? You're good. Okay, it was a long meeting. Look for an email from Taylor. We all appreciate all of your time, and we will adjourn this meeting at 2:58. Right on time. We'll see you guys again shortly.
Thanks, everyone.
Well done. Thanks so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks. See ya.